Hello. 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 How's it going? We'll give people another minute to show up before we say anything important. You know what? I'll get rid of my old tea leaves while we wait for people to show up. You were just watching yesterday's stream and got suddenly confused. Well, isn't that the story for most of us? Isn't that how it is? Okay. I hope everybody's having a good Christmas. I am. I mean, it's kind of mellow. And so in Boulder, Colorado, there's one crazy so-called homeless dude, whatever you want to. Like I say, we need a new word for homeless. Some people were suggesting to go back to vagrant. I don't know if that's the right word. But he was walking around. He just walks around screaming at the top of his lungs like all day. So he was walking around outside my window earlier, but he is gone right now. Hobo. I mean, hobo is like a guy with a sack over his shoulder on the railroad, right? But he was not having a good Christmas. So I hope that he manages somehow to have a better rest of the day than he was having this morning. Tarnished. Is that the story of Elden Ring? You're a hobo with a sword. See, vagabond sounds cool, right? That's like I'm just a rambling man who's got no cares in the world. Maybe I'm also a thief. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good Christmas. I certainly am. So far. We'll see. Maybe we're going to have a miserable time trying to edit code and it just will never go the right way that we want. That is a possible outcome. That is a possible outcome. But I hope everybody's having a good Christmas or a good Hanukkah or all the 0 people who celebrate Kwanzaa. I hope you're having a good Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa, however you say it. There's like weird A's at the end. Festivus. We're past Festivus. Festivus was days ago. What are you talking about? Anyway, so Yeah, on last night's stream or yesterday evening stream, we were just cleaning up the compiler, and I had a little to do that we were working down of um, getting rid of this backtick target scope thing and doing macro expansion of our nice hygienic macros, our non-vagabond macros, in a cleaner way, and also that'll take a little bit less memory, and that I will be a little bit less scared of maintaining, and that'll put it in a position now. Then if we want to think about reformulating macros to work differently, we'll have a cleaner base to work from. Now, sometimes it might turn out that our new design would be so different that maybe we shouldn't have even done this and just deleted it all and replaced it. But in a big system like this, it's really complicated. I like taking smaller jumps if at all possible, because, you know, any programmer who's ambitious has had that experience, unless they were unusually prescient about how to do things. They've had that experience where they decided to take apart some system, and like 2 weeks later of extreme pain, they finally get it rewritten in the new way, and like nothing worked in between there, and then there's all kinds of bugs, and then it's like 2 weeks to get it running, and then another 2 weeks to like kind of maybe make it good. Like, I just don't ever want to be in that position again. Last time I did that was probably the 1990s. But I've just had that experience, and I've learned small things or even medium-sized things. And here we're measuring size by complexity, not necessarily lines of code. I don't mind just completely taking them out and redoing them. And usually because I know the system well enough, I know ahead of time, am I going to be able to do that? Or is it going to be a mess? And for this, because there's been a lot of pain with it in the past, it's just like, look, we're just going to do it step by step. And so that's what we've been doing. On that stream yesterday, we got pretty far. I was sort of formulating and resorting this list, and we're sort of working down these top items here. And later last night, after I got back home, I continued on for like another hour or something off stream, just because I wanted, maybe it was less than that, but I just wanted to get it to, so what we were in the middle of was, we had an old function called find backtick target scope, and we made a copy of it and made it work a new way, and we were substituting that through the program, right? And the goal is to make this be the only version, and then we can delete the other one and take out the new two. That's one of our sub goals, right? It's one of our Kickstarter sub goals. So last night I sort of finished what was needed for that. It was with declarations that are backticked, and there was one test case that failed. So this morning, I was kind of slow about, it's Christmas. I was kind of slow about waking up and getting a little snack and doing stuff, and then I fixed that. So as of now, I believe we are good to start cleaning and merging things. And so that's the goal now, is to delete and condense. And there's going to be some comments about, do we really want to do this way anymore? And we'll do some experiments. But I believe we're now on the downhill slope of this change. So if I say find backtick target scope, probably the only people who call this now is just our debug and checking code, right? Oh. Yeah, so here we're doing target scope and then target scope 2 and asserting that they're the same, basically, right? This was for debugging. So we're going to take all this out because we really just want to call this one. So, and you know, when we first put this in, it didn't work. And so we did this trick. It's a very good trick. So we're trying to essentially, if you envision the space of all possible programs, then there's a manifold in there of programs that work and actually do what you want to do. And it's a manifold and not a point, because there's many ways to express the same functionality, right? And so we're trying to crawl along that manifold of correctly working programs to a new point that we like better, that's cleaner, without falling off, right? And so we fell off a little bit last night. So like I tried to change this to new temporary and it didn't work. And so I was like, all right, let's put back the thing and we'll differentially debug. We'll just like have both of them and we can see what's going on. And that helped a little bit, and I believe it now works. Before we do anything, let's just make sure we pass all the tests, right? So we're going to compile the game. I still haven't shut down the European cores, and this is a debug compiler. So both of those factors together is why it's taking so dang long. You know, this takes 1.7 seconds to compile normally. All right. So that worked, and if these all work, then we're clear to proceed. Do I have another preferred way to reach me for asking longer form questions? I don't have such a venue because the problem is you just get bombarded by questions and I can't really answer them. So, you know, if someone's in the chat like this and they ask a question and it's a timely thing to answer, then great. I mean, maybe we could just do a Q&A stream, specific stream at some point. There's, you know, since it's holidays, it's Christmas, but also the days after Christmas are like work holidays for most people, for a lot of people. For all the white collar spoiled people who still complain that they're overworked at their software job, almost none of those people work for the next week. Some of them not for like 4 weeks. Chai latte today. I have from the Japanese snack box, I have a ginger latte masala chai. The question is, do I have milk? I don't know if I have milk that's still good. I think I might have got milk, but I might not have. Anyway, so during this break time, there's a couple things I might do. Like maybe I want to do a stream where I just talk about how I'm thinking about nodes in the compiler, you know? And like how that takes so much memory and how I would like to make a compiler that doesn't use a syntax tree at all, for example, right? So how do you manage branches for the compiler? We don't branch usually. Like there's literally no branches. We might do that a little differently. Part of it is we use Subversion for it. And Subversion, you kind of can't really make branches unless you're the administrator and like create, I think. I don't think there's like just a regular client way to make branches, right? So, but in general, we mostly don't need branches. Sometimes, sometimes for a short period of time I do, but the way it works is like, oh, there's a version. In fact, this is true right now. There's a version of the compiler on my laptop that has a new feature that I'm not sure if I want to check it in. And the branch is just that that's the code on my laptop and we're on my desktop right now. But you don't really want to, oh, there is, but it sucks. Okay. Maybe it was added. So, you know, I've been using Subversion since like, at least 2004 probably. So if things were added and I didn't pay attention, that could have happened. But the point being, we don't usually use them. Sometimes you kind of want branches. It's true. The bigger your project is, the more you want it. But we are a small team, you know, and you kind of want to like, unless there's really multiple versions of a project, you don't really want to branch that much. Now, some programmers run their own private branch, like they'll run Git for just, you know, on their own laptop because they like that or something. I don't like Git. I don't think it makes sense as a version control system, so I don't do that. But also that doesn't work very well for the large amounts of data that we have, right? So like on the main game, we have like 100 gigabytes of data, It just doesn't work that well. They was there and used it in the early 2000s. Okay, so I just never paid that much attention. I know there's like an SVN admin way to do it. That's what I'm remembering, but you could probably do it on the client too. Do I think it's more complicated to make a game or to make a programming language? That depends on the game and the language. But if you mean a programming language that is modern and that people are likely to use versus a game that is modern and that people are likely to play, I mean, it's still that still could be a very simple game is a problem because sometimes you have hits that are like really simple. But okay, if you're gonna say like the current game that we're working on, or the compiler that we're working on, the compiler is easier for sure. It's I mean maybe easier is not the right word because it is complicated and gnarly, but the game is just much more work. Even just going by lines of code, the game. Well, okay. I mean, so the game is 300,000 lines, not including a couple components that we have that are in C++. Like the light map baker is not being counted here and stuff. Or 200,000 if you just count code. The compiler is 100,000 by an equivalent count. However, this does include some of the module code that we ship with the compiler, and I don't have a breakdown of how much of this is module code versus, I don't know. It's just a game is more work because how many people have worked on the game? Like a lot. Whereas how many people have worked on the compiler? Like not as many. So why does a game take 100 gigabytes? Well, normally you're keeping source assets. So texture maps for a shipping game these days, for ours, I don't know how, this is a guess, but our texture maps might be 5 gigabytes for the shipping game. That includes like baked light maps probably and stuff for all the levels, but hopefully it'll be smaller than that. But the point is, that's compressed, right, and sized down. When you make a game, you want archival quality copies of all your source art so that you can maintain the game in the future or, just make a new release on a new platform or whatever. And so you've got all the Photoshop files for all the source art in there, right? For example. And then there's stuff like, there's just horrendous things that come back and bite you. So for like Maya, the 3D editing package, we have these animation files that are like gigabytes. Why? Because Maya is pretty crappy in a certain way. Like there's two file formats. There's MA and MB. And MA is a lot smaller, but it'll break every time you try to update the version. So, or vice versa. I don't remember. One of those is anyway. Oh, maybe it's MA for ASCII and MB for binary. So binary is the one that, but the point is you have these giant ass files just to store the character animations, and it's stupid, right? But we just have, the tool chain puts that penalty on us. Thoughts on the Dragon book? It's terrible. Don't read the Dragon book. Don't read. Stay far away from the Dragon book. If you were forced to use it as a textbook in school, I am deeply sorry. I had to use an earlier version of the Dragon book that didn't even have any of the modern stuff that's in the last third of the book. I had to use the old Dragon book, so I had it worse than you. What should you read instead? I don't know, like crafting interpreters or something like that. I have a few books over here. Um, it's hard for me to judge what's good for somebody who doesn't know anything about compilers yet, right? Um, like Thorsten Ball has like a building a compiler in Go book that I liked parts of, but like I don't program in Go, so it's hard to judge that way. There's this book here, Engineering a Compiler, that I don't remember at all, but I have it. Let me just look. I'll look through this book. This is Engineering a Compiler, second edition by Keith D. Cooper and Linda Torkzon. I will tell you what I think of it dynamically. I won't judge it by the cover, but I will judge it by the table of contents. Guys, the words thoughts on are banned, so you're all getting blocked. All right, scanners. Scanner is another word for lexical analyzer. Parsers, all right. Hey, they're done with parsers by page 157, which is, there's 800 pages in the book. Well, I don't know. Let's go to before the appendices. If you don't count the appendices, there's 720 pages. So this is about 20% of the way through the book. They're done with parsers, which is tremendously better than the Dragon book, may I say. They are still doing this bullshit LR1 parsing stuff for a lot of that, and that's a waste of time. So, I mean, I think they're doing it because they probably feel pressured to do it because that's the way academic people think you're supposed to do it. But, you know, and maybe, you know, if you want to understand it academically, you probably should know that, but it's a waste when you're going to real things. But okay, context-sensitive analysis, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I do because I've taken compiler classes, but that's such a generic, weird phrase, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, okay. That's a useless chapter. That's 50 pages. Intermediate representations, procedure abstraction, namespaces, code shape. Okay, the table of contents looks mostly reasonable, except, you know, they have 40 pages on instruction scheduling and nobody cares about that anymore because CPUs do it. Register allocation. Let me see what they do for register allocation, because most people punt and do this graph coloring thing that somebody proposed in like the 1970s, and it's not a good idea of how to do register allocation, and it's what most people do. So it looks like well, yeah. Talking about global graph coloring. They're doing graph coloring. God damn it. Okay. I'm going to take off a point just because they do graph coloring register allocation. Okay, here's what I would say about this book. The table of contents is actually it looks pretty reasonable for what are the topics that should be covered and what's a good overview. So this is probably a good book if you want an overview for a compiler. However, I kind of don't have confidence that you're going to get the highest quality in this book recommendations of what to do. Like, what's the best thing to do in each of these departments? I don't feel like these people are going to be able to tell you. But it looks a lot better than the Dragon book, all right? That's all I'm going to say about that. Okay. Yeah, If you're at the switch of the trolley car and the trolley goes this way and you have to read the dragon book and it goes that way and you have to read that book, you should pull the lever and read that book. When is my compiler book coming out? Sometime after the game and the compiler come out. Is Pratt parsing the right way to parse? I don't even remember what Pratt parsing means, but probably no. Wait, is that a word? I get confused because there's one thing that's just another name for top-down precedence parsing, which is how you should parse. I have to look this up. Maybe I have to take it back. What the hell is Pratt parsing? I mean, if it's a form of operator precedence, it's probably fine. Why are you doing BNF? I can't read any of this code. We ended up in Rust, and I'm sad. I mean, this looks like the basic thing that you want to do. It's just I don't know the difference between this and a regular top-down order precedence parser. Maybe there's no difference. What's the issue with graph coloring register allocation? Okay, here's the issue. The issue is it's solving the wrong problem. But the reason it gets repeated so much is because graph coloring is an actual real algorithm that's like, has all these provable properties and stuff. And academia likes things that are mathematizable, right? Okay, why is it solving the wrong problem? Because the actual problem that you have to solve is something like, I've got a function, it wants to use a bunch of temporary values, right? That's what the registers are, is temporary values that we could use. And if you try to use more, you can, but there's a cost to it, right? Because you have to store on the stack or probably somewhere else, but probably the stack actually. You have to store, if you have more values than registers, you have to kind of swap in and out of the stack, and that's expensive both in terms of instruction count and just, execution speed, right? You don't want to do that. So you want to keep your number of temporary values within the number of registers, and to do that, you maybe want to move code around and stuff, right? And so it's like this search and optimization problem. Now, how many registers do you have? Well, it depends on what your target CPU is, right? And then there's other issues, right? So like on a modern CPU, like an Intel CPU, the things that you're managing are not really the registers. They're just how many names that you have, because you're bottlenecked by the instruction encoding. So there's way more actual registers than you're able to talk about, right? So, so you're actually like allocating and deallocating names that you're able to use to talk to the CPU that refer to registers. And behind your back, the CPU is like swapping them out and all that. Like, it's a mess, dude. So what is graph coloring? Graph coloring says, I'm probably going to say this wrong because it's been a long time since I looked at the algorithm, but basically it finds the optimal packing into the registers, by which I mean let's minimize the number of registers that we use for compiling this piece of code, right? And graph coloring wouldn't be the only algorithm that would do that. There's, in computer science, there's lots of algorithms of the form optimize, maximize or minimize whatever, right? That's just a thing that you do. So if you were to try to minimize the number of registers that you use, then that's an algorithm that achieves that, right? And the answer might be that it's more than you have, in which case you got to swap some stuff out. There's a problem with that too that we'll get to. But okay, minimizing the number of registers that you use is the wrong problem to solve, because you don't get bonus points for only using 7 registers if there are 10 registers. Nobody cares, right? So what ends up happening is you end up doing this search problem and spending, compile time that's valuable because somebody's sitting there waiting for the program to compile. You end up spending time optimizing things that don't matter to get your number of registers down to 7 when you had 10, right? Or 20 or 32, right? It's the wrong problem to solve. What you want is the fastest computable thing that fits into the number of registers that you have. That's a different problem. And it's not of this form maximize or minimize, except, minimizing runtime of the algorithm, right? And so it's just very different. And to my knowledge, there isn't a formal algorithm to do that thing that I just said, as far as I know. There might be, because a lot of the time, algorithms get discovered by like, oh, there's something in one subsection of one field and I realized it was applicable to this thing over here, so I retargeted it, right? And probably such a thing exists somewhere. Like, that sounds like a problem that's not that rare, but I've never heard of somebody formally solving that problem, right? Now, it might be my own ignorance, whatever, but you could forgive me for being ignorant when most compiler books tell you to do graph coloring. Wouldn't it be easy to adapt the graph coloring for this? I don't think so, but I don't know. I mean, maybe you can, but I haven't seen anyone present it that way. Like, if somebody knows of an adaptation of graph coloring that is more efficient because it early outs and only targets a fixed size, let me know. I kind of don't know I don't remember the algorithm well enough to know that that's possible. It's like one day years ago, I spent some time understanding it, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. What do we do in the x64 backend for this? Well, the x64 backend currently is not trying to optimize, right? So what we do is we track how many registers are in use, and we allocate them in a straightforward way. And if we run out, then we spill to the stack, right? And so there is, for large functions, we're less efficient than we would be if we put a good algorithm in there, right? When we actually go to make the x64 backend optimizing, that would be one of the things that we go to solve. But I doubt that I would look at graph coloring for that. But maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe you can adapt graph coloring. I don't know. But the point being, it's very weird to me that all these I've literally never seen a compiler book say, actually, this isn't the real problem, but this is what we have that's not ad hoc, and so this is what everybody does. Like, I've never even seen that written down. And what that means is, and anytime I read and it's like, oh, here's how you do register coloring, and nobody even questions this, I feel like their understanding of compilers is less than mine. And that's not good. when, it makes me, yeah, I'm just like, what's going on here? And I've literally never seen anyone write those words down in a book. Again, maybe some books do, and I haven't read those. Just saying. You never heard about graph coloring till today. It's not that complicated of an algorithm, right? It's explainable in a small amount of space. But it is, it's solving the wrong problem, but it will most of the time work fine. It just will be slower probably than you could do, even with an ad hoc solution. Now, here's the other problem. And I don't think I've seen a book cover this as what either, right? So say you do graph coloring and it gives you the minimum number of registers for a piece of code. And that number of registers is more than you have available. So now you still have to spill to the stack, right? So now you have the problem, how do I spill to the stack the least number of times so I do this in the most efficient way? And I don't think graph coloring helps you with that. Let me see if this book says anything about this. Right? Let me see. Maybe they could redeem their handling spills. I magically opened it to the right page. I don't want to read it out loud because it's a lot of text here. Yeah, they don't seem to talk about minimizing spills at all. Literally at all. They do say, well, hold on. Let me keep going before I declare that. Encoding machine constraints, advanced topics, variations on graph coloring. Okay, hold on. Imprecise interference graphs. Breaking the graph into smaller pieces, conservative coalescing, spilling partial live ranges. Yeah, I mean, it's really, again, this chapter is like more of a survey than like how to solve the problem in the best way. Like this is a survey book, right? And so that's fine. Like if you want to know how different people do things in compilers, it seems like a pretty good book for that. But they don't really say like they don't address the very practical problem of like, okay, you have to spill, like how do you minimize that impact? They say, oh, some people approach minimizing the impact in these various ways and refer you to other books and papers. Yeah, so someone's saying they implemented graph coloring in their compiler and it's fast. But, like, okay, so if your compiler compiles that fast, which is good, because a lot of people don't know how to make things compile that fast, it's also kind of a sign that you're not doing super advanced features yet, because those will slow you down. And it's just, as you do more advanced features, or as your target code gets more gnarly, maybe, or whatever, graph coloring may take more time. If you're happy with the relative speed of graph coloring relative to the rest of your compiler and you don't feel like you need to change it, then that's fine, right? I mean, whatever, if it's working for you, great. I'm not saying, you know, that it's evil. I'm just saying it is solving the wrong problem a little bit. And it's weird to me that people don't notice this. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, let's actually do some work here. The compiler now supports profiling with Tracey. All right. Hey, that's great. I was going to look at doing that, and so the fact that you have done this is great. It accelerates the timeline. I haven't used Tracey at all, so I have to figure out how to use it, but that's fine. Okay, so we've got this new temporary function, and we have verified that all the tests are passed. So let us start cleaning up. Target scope, parentheses. So remember all this stuff. We're getting rid of this. And this is target scope now, and we get rid of that. And this is me wanting to comment the code. We'll do that later. We're going to get generated by 4.2 is gone. So now this is just our new code. And we're just calling in. And I believe that means we can get rid of find backtick target scope. Right? Does anyone, let's do our search again. Does anyone call this? Literally nobody calls it. So now we delete it. And we're gonna change our new temporary. Whoops, oops. I did my search and replace wrong. New temporary with nada. So now our new one is find backtick target scope. And it doesn't walk up the scope chain, which is good. But also it doesn't use that backtick target scope member of scope, which means we're very close to getting rid of that pointer. However, we're not quite there because there's a thing in the defer handling in bytecode builder still that we need to do a different way. But I don't feel like that one's going to be that hard. But again, I haven't thought about that code in a long time, so I might be rusty. It might take me a while to figure it out. So in BLive, we were calling this, right? Oh, I guess not. We were calling that other entry point. All right. Do we compile? Do we build? We're just going to run all the tests again. Whoops. I'm like, usually I have function keys set up to launch things, and I just can't bring myself to bind those over and 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 over. Like, that's one thing that Unix does better is you've just got your home folder where your dot files are, and you can just copy those over. And on Windows, like, you probably can do the equivalent, but it's a giant mess, and so most people don't, including me. So yeah. You need the application to save to disk. Oh, that sucks. That's annoying. Why not work on Linux and cross-compiled? Because I don't like Linux. Basically, that is the reason. And then also because for the game, it's a much bigger job to get the game running on Linux, and there's no commercial reason to do that. We would lose money doing that. And so if I can only work on some of my stuff on Linux, what's the point there, right? There are 2 folders for that now on Linux. Ooh, they're trying to compete with Windows on how broken it is. All right, this is good. So we're passing all the tests. So we want to check in, but I bet we have like 5 no check-ins, right? 4. All right. So I'm going to do the explain. And then I'm going to get a snack because I'm hungry. Okay. Macro expansion index is here because when you have macros that expand other macros, sometimes we want to export symbols out multiple steps in for loop forwarding. So we need a way to say how far out to export these symbols. That's not the best explanation. I don't know. So now, okay. Some of this stuff, I'm not sure why we need this, but we have a separate to-do list item to investigate that, so I'm not going to worry about it yet. Here, we can just check macro expansion index less than 0. You know what? This doesn't need to be a no check-in yet. We'll investigate that separately. Okay, we did this. This is in progress. And I mean, this is really a separate item down here. So these are more important. And this is like, can we just simplify that code there a little bit? Okay. Let's look at our other no check-ins. Do we want to do this? Okay, let's just, I'm just going to put an assert here. I don't think that's right to put an assert there, but I want to validate that that's wrong. Like, I think most things will compile, but if we have a test, like if I do this, like, does that set us off? No. Huh. So maybe it's fine. The reason I put this here was like, this is sort of a fallback where we're assigning it to the top thing in the stack, but like, maybe that just doesn't need to happen at all. Let's see. I plan to release compiler source with public beta. The way it's going to go is we'll have a non-source public beta first. And then eventually we'll transit to source being available for everyone. Because it's just easier for me to do a non-source release, and like I just don't have to deal with, like, you gotta, I mean, I just had so many people like cloning features and trying to compete with me on publicity and stuff. Like, I hate that. I hate that. So if I put up source code, it's like now I get clobbered by low quality, PRs and um, I get people copying what I did, right? So like, do I have a date in mind? I wouldn't mind having a date for New Year's Eve. Do I have someone in mind? Not yet. I can have a non-open license and sue people. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably do a thing where the source is not publicly available, but select groups who want to do something serious with it and feel like they need to have source, as an insurance policy, right? We would give those groups private source distributions, right? Because I fully understand that. Like I fully understand. Like, look, we want to use this programming language, but we can't realistically do it if if we don't have assurance that we could propagate our stuff into the future, right? Okay, so we passed that. Did we run the game? I don't remember. Okay. Anyway, that's great. So I'm just going to take this out then. If that was just a thing that I put in while converting the code. So if we need that back at some point, then we can deal. All right, is that one no check-in left? Yeah. What is this one? We are forwarding onward from a fork. This one, this is the thing I fixed this morning. And so, or no, that's not this. This is just the link thing. And I put the no check in there because I wasn't sure this was the right thing to do, but it is. And so I guess we take the W now. So I'm going to commit. I'm going to say replace find backtick target scope with something more svelte. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if some of what I do inspires other people to do stuff and whatever, that's fine. But it's not as bad now, but for a couple years, there was literally like people watching every demo that I did and then announcing that their language had that feature and like trying to beat me in like PR and users and stuff with low quality implementations of the same feature. And it's just like, oh my God, I got so sick of it. Like I have no respect at all for people who do that. So, I just stopped doing demos for that reason. And so we have a bunch of features that I just have never demoed because I just didn't want that to happen anymore. Why do people do that? It's just thievery. I mean, it's not illegal. It's not illegal. And I don't mean anyone specific. There were literally like at least 4 parties engaging in this at one time or another. Right? Which isn't to say that those parties don't have some ideas of their own, but it's just nasty. It's just nasty to like fast follow someone's ideas that they're giving out publicly for free and then try to kill them, right? It's just, why are you doing that? Do the beta people use those new features? Probably. Like, they're not secret. Some of them are not that well documented, but those tend to be the more experimental features that might change anyway. Okay. So we took the W. We took the W. now, okay, so I think we might be able to get rid of one of the variables. We can't get rid of backtick target scope yet because that's still in use by, I believe, one thing. Let's verify that. Well, we've got some comments that talk about it. So this is setting it. Yeah, this is the bytecode builder thing that I was talking about that's actually still using it. I guess it's being used in a couple of places actually. So we're going to have to look at that. This is like when you have a defer that's maybe in a macro or maybe not, like what do you do? And we could look at these one at a time and try to figure out how to remove them. But then, so here, this is just our find backtick target scope stuff that we did. This is initializing. Ooh, okay. Here's another use of it for error reporting. And the problem is, what is this? If something's backticked, oh, if the block has a backtick, so this is if you expanded a macro inside a struct. Yeah, we're going to have to look at this. Anyway, so the point being, there's several uses of this still. But this other thing we might be able to get rid of. Statement index for identifier lookup in backtick target scope. So there we're setting it to uninitialized. Oh, I guess we're still using it here. And here we're just setting it. Okay, so if we want to get rid of this, we're pretty close to being able to get rid of it. But we're using the value here in our new thing still. And I have cleanup. Does this do anything anymore? Now, I feel like this is going to be the same as this. In fact, I feel like we could just do this. So let's see how that goes. Let's just, maybe that's wrong. I don't know. But I feel like it's right. So basically what's happening is when we do a procedure call that turns into invokes a macro, we use this statement index to help know what's declared before use, right? And so we make a scope that contains the macro expansion and we put that value on there. Let's see actually when we set it. Here's where we create the block, right? And we set it to, I don't know what this block will be inserted when live thing is. Dude, there's all sorts of stuff. I don't remember what I was doing at the time. So this is, if this were just getting set to something like this, I would feel very confident that it's fine. Here, I don't know. But I'm having trouble imagining right now why what I did would be wrong. And so this is one thing we can do is see if things compile. And if they don't, it's answering our query about, whoops, let's recompile the tests. It's answering our query about why that's not right, you know? But I feel like it should be right. I feel like maybe this is an overcomplication. What is block will be? What is that for? Right, so there's the declaration of the flag. We copy that flag. That's what that means. Okay, so here in make scope be live. Oh no, we're copying that flag. When do we set the flag? When there's a static if in data scope. I don't understand why that requires special handling. Maybe there was an old reason that's no longer true. So basically, so this, when there's a macro expansion inside a static if, this causes us to cursor upward more. I don't feel like that necessarily matters now. I feel like I might have done that for old reasons, and it appears that that's the case. So let's just get rid of all this. Like, okay, maybe we can get rid of that flag now, right? Because it looks like this is the only thing we're using. See, this is what's great. Like, software sometimes gets really complicated, and the reason I don't remember why any of this is happening is it's for really particular squirrely micro reasons, right? But often those reasons will depend on implementation details that then get changed and improved over time if you're making your software better. And then you've got these complications that don't need to be there, but you don't realize that they don't need to be there anymore. And this was the whole point of doing this, is to sort of weed out some of these and clean out the spider webs. And so I'm finding more spider webs than I remembered, but that's great if we can delete them, right? There was comment next to the flag. Used to be conflated with block belongs to static if, but that caused trouble when used on insert blocks. I mean, it appears to not. So the other thing is this might have been used for more purposes in the past. So static if used to work completely differently in this language, and then that had problems, and so I made the whole way that code gets inferred like different in order to deal with these problems. So yeah, this, I mean, it looks like a newer flag because it's got a high number, but I mean, we could look at how long ago this was, right? So we could blame ask.h. What did they call it in the new politically correct GitHub? It's not blame, it's attribute or something now. What is blame called now? It's still blame. Who changed it? Somebody changed it because blaming is negative. I know somebody changed it. Okay. What's wrong with blame? Because it's not inclusive and encouraging. All right, 494. When did this go in? Okay, we can't exactly tell because like it looks like Raphael did a refactor to move this, or these were probably like integers and not an enum. So like, oh, or maybe he just changed white space. Let's just try to go. Where's blame? To 400. We're going to go before that and see if we can tell. This is just curiosity. So if we can't tell from this, I'm not going to keep going, right? But like if this UI were better, you should just be able to very rapidly cursor backward and stuff. Maybe there's a way to do that in a slow gimpy way from this UI that I don't know, but So, so common code, I know when I put that, I don't know. I mean, we missed it. It's in a later revision. Can I like, no. Anyway, whatever. It's relatively new. It's relatively new. It's probably the most recent flag that was added, which is weird because I don't remember doing this. Maybe Raphael did it, split it off from the other flag. I don't know. But like, the point being, we're hardly using it anymore. And hopefully we could make it go away. But that's less important than getting rid of this other data member, even this statement index for identifier lookup and back to target scope, which I believe we're in progress of that. I believe we can just delete that now, right? So we're setting it. We just removed all this code. And here we're just setting it. Right? We can't delete this whole loop because, well, we can when we delete backtick target scope probably, but this part can go, and this part can go. I just remember writing this, putting these members on scope, and I really hated what I was doing. I was like, I'm going to regret this. But it got us through that time. It like, you know, the compiler worked, and sometimes that's fine. Okay, so this is probably going to go away again soon as well. And then once this goes away, so here, okay, here's what's going on. I think this is actually really old code. So, wait, where even are we? We're in the arguments. No, we're in something about procedures. I wish I knew the bind. Oh, we're inferring procedure call. So, oh, we're probably, yeah, we're expanding a macro. So you would think that I would have factored this out into another function at some point, but I haven't. So we're expanding a macro, and this is like saying, are we inside a static if? I don't think this is possible anymore. This shouldn't ever happen. Oh, wait, except maybe. Oh, I get it. I get it. I think this is okay. I think this is okay now because like when we put a call, so now instead of using this backtick target scope, we use the enclosing scope on the call. And I believe when we insert something like a procedure call in a static if, we manually, because the static if like has its own scope, but it's not really supposed to be a scope because you can declare stuff in there. And so we go through and modify the scope to skip over that old thing, right? And that's in a different place. This is like redundant with that because we were storing different data, but now that we're not storing different data, I think we're not going to need this. But the point being, let's do this search again. And now we can delete this, hopefully, from this guy. And it saves us no memory because there's another S32 here. But, you know, we could probably rearrange things. And there's a bunch of things we want to remove or factor together in here. And so it's just getting us closer. I mean, maybe we could put this earlier now? No, not really. Well, actually, yes, because block type is like 1 byte. So there's a 7 byte hole here. So we actually could move this up and then save memory. But anyway. It's not, this is a large data structure, especially considering how many of them we make. We make just a ton. And so a lot of this stuff we're just going to want to micronize in some way. But first, let's make sure that this passes. And if it does, we're very happy because we got rid of one of our stupid things. And also, in addition to the memory savings, it's just like, hey, the compiler's less confusing now, right? That's great. That's great. Would I mind sharing what taskbar I'm using? I think it's start all back. Properties. Start all back configuration. Blah, blah, blah. When the mouse is over the blame info columns, blame previous revision. Yeah, I vaguely remember being able to do that, and I guess I forgot how. Let's try that real fast, right? While we're waiting for tests. So we're just going to blame up to the head revision. And while we're doing that, to make sure everything goes. And then, all right, so it was like 490 something block flags. Okay, so we're saying I can go here. Blame previous revision. It's like, why didn't you just keep all this data? You know, like, come on, man. All right. Oh, it did. So yeah, there was, so in that revision, let's just search for the name of the, oh, there they are. Okay. So, okay, well, it was called invisible to backticks, and that name got changed. I actually like this name better, but I think we're going to get rid of the flag anyway. Like, this would be so much more fun to use if the UI weren't poopy like this. Yeah. Okay, so I'm actually scared now. And the reason I'm scared is because either the functionality that this was wrapping was necessary or it wasn't. So, you know, it looks like, I don't know if Raphael's still in the comments, but it looks like he introduced this to fork this flag because some stuff was going wrong, hopefully in one of the tests. We do have some tests that are marked broken, so hopefully it wasn't one of those, and then then I'm reintroducing problems and not seeing it. But so this is a relatively new flag, but it used to just be this code would check block belongs to static if, and then probably if you do an insert inside static if something was going wrong. Now, yeah, I just don't know how to evaluate this. It's like, is something broken? If he's here, he could try to remember what was the nature of this. It doesn't look like it was that long ago. I mean, it was probably like 6 months ago or 10 months ago or something. I don't want to do the log and try to figure out when this was, or maybe I can do that. Oh, can you just show me? All right. Okay. So, September 2023. So it was more than a year ago. Wait, let's look at, it's actually this one. Fix that insert blocks, misused block belongs to, okay. So there was some detail of insert. I don't see a test checked in with this is the problem. So I'm not sure if this was in response to an actual something that was failing or if it's more like aesthetic. That comment makes it sound aesthetic. Like, oh, you're flagging this as belonging to static if, and it doesn't belong to static if, and that's confusing. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it too much. Because like I said, we might redesign macros anyway. We're just doing a simplification pass. All right, so this all works. We're going to take the W. The W is that we did this. We removed that. Hell yes. Because when I added the backtick target scope, remember, I felt bad about that. And then I had to add this, and I was like, oh. All right, let's look at this. Are we using inserted when live for anything anymore? Okay, we do that. We do that. That's propagating the scope. We set the flag, we set the flag, we set the flag. Okay, well here we use the flag. This is the only actual use of that flag. And we're using it to set backtick target scope. So we actually want to remove backtick target scope. And then this is a subtask. Once we remove that, then we can remove this. If for some reason we can't remove this, then we have to think harder. But if we could remove this, then that's gone. Right? Being able to see your source code this way is very valuable. If I were starting it over, what would I have done differently? I mean, dude, I spent a long time working on old technical designs that weren't very close to what I ended up with. So I would have gone straight to what we have now instead of a lot of the early stuff that I experimented with. The main one that I remember is, because there were lots of smaller ones, but the bigger architectural one is, I knew going in that we're doing out of order compilation. And how do you do that? Well, when you have a line of code, that's at top level, because inside the body of a procedure, you basically need to proceed linearly, right? But if you have a bunch of stuff at global scope, you don't want to be like C and require pre-declaration, right? So you want to be able to compile things in whatever order. And so I was like, well, how do you do that? Well, we could have this dependency system. So there was this thing where things make dependencies on other things, and then the dependencies get released, and there was a data structure called dependency, right? That sucked. It was horrible. and for multiple reasons. One is very hard to debug because the main problem that you have is dependencies are set up wrong, but you notice the problem in code that's very far away from the code that sets up the dependencies wrong, right? So anytime I want to debug something, it's like, oh God, right? It's like remote debugging all the time. That sucked. And then the other thing is, it's not granular enough anyway, because you need to be very specific sometimes about exactly what needs to get done before you can proceed and what doesn't, because otherwise you deadlock. So for example, if you have a type and you have a pointer to that type, it's fine as long as you don't dereference the type to not know what it is yet. You just know that it's a pointer, so you know the size and all these things, right? And that happens in C, right? You can forward declare a pointer to something. And the reason is because it's super useful. And so we have effectively the same functionality in the way that our dependency thing works now, which is not explicit dependencies. It's always just code explicitly yields if exactly what it wants is not available yet. It's a much better design, both in terms of debugability and understandability, and probably speed of the compiler, to be honest. Do we support recursive struct usage? No. No, because that only makes sense in a programming language where structs are actually pointers anyway. Because otherwise, if you're like C, which we are, structs that are recursive have size infinity. So what the fuck are you doing when you try to do that? Could a port of the compiler be an opportunity for improving its design? Not really. Because ports are hard by themselves. And so if I were to port it, I would literally just port it. Because again, if you make it too hard of a job, you're going to have problems, right? So I would literally just port it from C++, and during the port, I would take note of ugly C++ things that I would like to streamline. And then after the port, I would start attacking those. Like, can you call methods on a pointer to a struct that is under? I don't know what under means. And we don't have methods in this language at all. So I think your question is assuming things that is like not the way this language works. We don't have methods. Have I enjoyed working on the programming language? Sometimes. Sometimes it's brutal and grueling and hard. But really, that's anything technically ambitious, right? Okay. Let's look at some of these smaller wins. Like, do we need block discards backticks anymore? Doesn't really take any memory, but it's an extra flag. Okay, we're still using it here. So this is like, does this even fire anymore? We're going to do some Cowabunga-oriented programming. Okay, well, I see a lot of gnarly dudes. So we're definitely taking that branch. I don't see any Cowabungas at all. So let's comment out the gnarly dude. See, this is serious programming that you're seeing right here. Like, okay. This is only ever set on the scope of a for loop. Where's my Cowabunga? I got lost. Okay. So this is saying, what's the backtick target scope? And this is saying, is it the scope of a for loop? That doesn't make sense to me. I feel like this is kind of irrelevant. Let's see. Let's see if it ever goes off in the tests. There's too much output in the test to like save it all in search, so we're going to assert. It might go off. But even if it goes off, that doesn't necessarily mean this code is right. I'm just having trouble understanding why this would be a thing. Do we fix the issue where your includes are recursive? We don't have includes. Like, we have imports, and what an import means is if you import something once, your whole program can see it regardless of what file. If you import something twice, it deduplicates and only gets imported once, right? That's one of the reasons we're a lot faster, is because we don't compile header files 500 times. Why invent a new language if your paradigm would fit well into just a custom compiler for an existing language? If you think that's true here, you just don't know what the feature set of this language is. It's very different from other programming languages, like very different. I mean, it doesn't go off, so it doesn't go off, and I don't understand why it would be there in the first place, and there's no comment, so we're getting rid of it. And if that's wrong, then we'll put something back later, but it doesn't seem wrong. All right, so there we go. I'm just going to run all the tests again, even though those were theoretically very trivial changes that I just made. We're just being real careful, because the last thing I want to do, I've had this experience before. I thought I made some relatively small changes and I forgot about something I did, and then I go to do a big change and I'm in the middle of the big change and I need to analyze why that's not working. And it turns out I have something not working from the previous thing that's like clouding it. You just don't want that, right? So we're just going to run all the tests again. Why are some tests flagged as broken? Because they're testing really extreme things in the compiler that we sort of know are at the fringes of what's supposed to currently work, usually. They are things that we should make work eventually, but you got to prioritize, right? And so it's like, look, part of what we're doing as time goes on is figuring out better design decisions for how to do some of the things we're already doing. Like that's what we're doing right now is, you know, we're coming up with a better technical design for the way that macros currently work. And so sometimes you do that and then it makes it more robust and then those tests become relevant, right? Okay. So we did this. All right. Boom. I'm going to check my email really fast because there is a little bit more that gets compiled that we're not doing. So like there's like the plugins. Oh God, we do have fails happening. We have a Linux fail in release in the WASM example. Okay. That doesn't look like it has anything to do with what I'm doing. But yeah, the Linux build keeps failing for some reason. And then Mac sort of did too. We have like a Heisenbug going on, but oh, well, the Mac failure is a different one. Yeah. So we already had a Heisenbug on Mac from some feature that I recently did, and now we have another one on Linux. I think it's a Heisenbug. Maybe it happens every time. I'm not sure. It's like something in the WebAssembly when we're polymorphing something. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right this second. We'll worry about it later on. Because it doesn't have to do with what we're doing right now. Nobody uses Linux but you. That is not true. That is not true. Okay. This, I feel like, is also here, right? Let's do this one since it's easy, probably. And then we'll go do these. What do I think about Valve taking over Arch Linux? I do not know anything about that. Okay. Okay. We can just check macro expansion index less than 0. Which file? That was either in BLive or Typer. Typer. All right. Okay. So I think we can do this. I believe we should only get here if this is true. All right. And I believe we should only get here if this is true. And what that means is that we could then just check this on entry to the function and do this error and return. And then we could assert that target scope is true. And that'll just be like more definitive. It's not that big of a change, but it's like, hey, you know, we're more solid. We're solid snake. Pliskin. Do we natively support quaternions? You mean in the compiler? No. No. There's no reason to do that. There is literally no reason for a compiler to have a quaternion built in. In our math library, yes, we have a quaternion. We have a quaternion separately from vector 4. But data-wise, it's equivalent to vector 4, right? It's just got x, y, z, w. Why are semicolons important? Because I don't care that much about syntax right now. I care deeply about functionality of the language. And so as the developer of the programming language, I want it to be very easy to continue to morph the language and to add new, expression types and different kinds of syntax in. It is much easier to do that if I don't have to worry about parsing ambiguities popping up all the time because I don't have goddamn semicolons. All right? So we have semicolons because we care about deeper issues. That is ultimately the reason. Yeah, it's like, look, it makes parsing much less ambiguous, and that means I don't have to think about it as much until way later. Like way later, yeah, like maybe we'll do a version of this programming language that doesn't have semicolons. Like I'm not in love with semicolons or anything, right? It's just, yeah. And then there's other stupid issues. So one thing I do all the time, right, is like, hey, let me take this and I'm going to move it in here and auto indent, right? And like, if you don't have semicolons, does that work as well? I mean, I know, okay, so I'm sort of conflating two things there, which is semicolons and then like the semantic white space that's like in Python, but do those go together or not? Like, I'm not sure, right? So the point being, I don't want to think about any of that for a long time because we've still got real work to do. That's why. Okay, so here we're just going to do this. We're going to say if macro expansion index is less than 0, we're going to say, bro, you're not inside a macro. All right, let's leave this comment. If we go the multi-backtick route, we need, okay, but right now you can't multi-backtick anyway, so it's fine. Return. Okay, and then because we did that, we're going to assert target scope is not equal to null. All right, see how this code is just more confident about what's happening than the old version? That's why I wanted to do that. All right. These seem like trivial changes. We're going to run all that. We're being super careful with all these changes. We're just going to run it all again. Just going to run it all again. Like figuring out how do we do this syntax without semicolons is something that makes a lot of sense once you know what the syntax is in the end. But if you don't even know what it is, then like solving for what it should be generally, and also solving for how do I not do semicolons is, kind of hard. So I'd rather have like, what is the syntax that supports the semantics that I want? And then we'll go back and look at, minor things later. We do make purely syntactical changes once in a while. Not too often. We might be making another one of those soon. But yeah, for the most part, it's not what I spend most of my time worrying about. Even though syntax is important. Like, look, syntax is important. The thing is, it's also the most easy part of a compiler, so people get trapped. Like people who make programming languages get trapped working on the syntax and then congratulating themselves about the syntax when there's all sorts of harder problems that would benefit people greatly if you solved them, right? Okay, clean up, import backticked declaration a little. But that's good. Like little cleanups like that, they're important. All right. See, I feel good about what I'm doing today on Christmas. At the start of the stream, we said it could go horribly. It's not going horribly. It's going well. Okay. Really, this was sort of a sub item here. So, all right. And in fact, we could just sort of sort this so the active items are on the bottom. So we're back to removing backtick target scope. And these, this is sort of a little wrong. Like usually these would be subtasks that you would do first and then do this. So I don't know how to annotate that. So I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Okay. We got to remove backtick target scope first. Now that actually, let's put these at top level because they're not. In order to do this, we have bytecode builder usages that need to change. And also, so this is all the find backtick target scope stuff. That's not what we need. Here, there is a use here, though. There's an as error check that we need to figure out how to do a different way. So this is, we could actually enumerate what these are, these bytecode builder ones. This is, yeah, these are pretty far from each other. So there's like three things. You could have a backticked defer pop. All right. You could have is this being used? Yes. Defer error message. Thanks for the gifts, subs. And then there's a Valorant ad on top of that. That's a really interesting ad idea. Okay, so defer error message is number 2, and then scope close, emit scope close. All right, so I think these four things can all be done independently. And we could even check in and take the W in between each one, probably. So I never saw Arcane Season 1, but I have heard that people are disappointed in Arcane Season 2. Why are people disappointed in Arcane Season 2? What was the issue? All right, we're looking at this one. We're looking at the as. Season 2 felt like Marvel. Victor rework. I don't know who Victor is. Did they make Victor emo? What's his problem? Victor is a League of Legends playable champion. Okay. They reworked his character to match up with Arcane Victor, which is a huge downgrade. Wait. So they retconned him between Season 1 and Season 2 about what he can do or whatever? What's Arcane? Is there an actual game, Arcane? Or what do you mean to match up with Arcane Victor? Now he's just a magic. Oh, they reworked his game character. I see. Okay, I misread that. Okay, well, I don't really care since I haven't seen any of this stuff, but it is what it is. What I care about is, can we get rid of backtick target scope? All right. So this is line 14704. Okay. So if you have an as, that's legal inside a struct. So what we're checking is, are you in a struct? And we're saying if you're in a macro, and we expanded the macro, I feel like maybe this code doesn't fire anymore. Because, I mean, let's see. Let's make this scenario that this is testing for. So we have a struct and insert member. All right. So insert member is a macro that says backtick name is Victor Victoria. All right. I hope you guys have seen that movie. Okay, so great. We can go here. We have a thing. Print thing. We're just going to print that instance of that thing. All right. Victor, Victoria. All right. So that works. This is a thing that you can do in this programming language. Someone says thoughts on uniform function call syntax. We don't have member functions, so it's completely irrelevant in this language. And my thought, the reason why we don't is because, like, what? So when you start supporting all the features that we support, just about basic function calls and all the things that you might want to do with basic function calls, it's complicated. It's a lot. Like, the compiler works hard to do it all. Why do you want to obfuscate that by doing this weird member function thing that sucks? Like, why even add that complexity is what I think. So, who called insert member? The struct. Oh, you're right. I did mean to have an as. Thank you. Still works. Right? Whereas if I do it down here, it won't work, right? I believe. There we go. As is only valid on struct member declarations, right? So we could do this here and we can't do it here. Now, there are lots of other ways to check this error. And of course, we have to do it accurately. We have to both report the error in cases that we should and not report it in cases that we shouldn't. And we just want to do that in as least messy way as possible, right? Here, this function is when we infer a declaration. We could do it here. There's lots of other things we could do. Like, if we find it confusing how to do this, we could just like buffer up how many declarations have as, because it's not that many. It's a relatively small portion of your program. And then we could flag them when they actually get used in a struct, because there's like a sizing function where we iterate and tag it. And then at the end of compilation, we could report everyone who's not tagged, right? So that's just a totally different way that I thought to check for this error. I don't know if I like that. I'd rather do it just simply inline like this if I can, but anyway. So my question is, does this ever happen? We're going to do Cowabunga-oriented programming again. So, do we get a Cowabunga in our little example that we just made is my question. We don't. Actually, let's go back and... We're not sure, actually, because maybe this error happened before we did the other one. So I'm going to take that out for now. Yeah, there's no Cowabunga. All right? And the reason why I suspect this code may not be necessary is because I don't think we would infer a declaration if it's inside a macro expansion. Like, I think this is maybe old and is no longer necessary. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's just, let's see if we get a Cowabunga on the game. We don't. All right, so I'm going to do the same thing I did before. I'm going to assert false. because I feel like that's impossible. So we already ran this. We're being super careful. Like maybe I didn't see the cowabunga for some reason, right? So now that we've got the assert in there, we're just scanning to see if this literally ever happens. What would backtick mean without expand? Well, what do you mean? It's right there. Right? If this was a function, it wouldn't mean anything. It would just be an error. Now, part of the macro revamp that we're going to do means that you can't just do this anyway. Like you can't just insert things into a scope without there being a signifier that that's going to happen. So we might change that in a way that makes this more straightforward and obvious anyway. But in the meantime, how is Emacs working with multiple repos? What Emacs is a text editor. What does that have to do with multiple repos? What is even the question? All right, so here I think I don't even think this whole thing happens, honestly. So we got this error message, but there might be a different instance of it. Is only valid on. See? Ooh, although... maybe I don't like what I'm seeing here. As is only valid. Let's verify. I think this is that error message. So we're going to move our cowabunga to here. And now I expect to see that cowabunga. We do see it right there. I don't like this exactly. Because, but I'll put a note here because it means we're evaluating something who's in closing scope. Like the current block is a macro expansion. But wait, but what else though? Like what about down here? Like we're literally just not checking. I'm going to put an assert false down here as well. Because like, I feel like this might go off and it either represents something that we're not checking or something that is like implicitly okay that is not being talked about. All right, so I feel there's at least a 50% chance something will fire, which 50% chance means I don't know at all. Do I use Emacs as some sort of IDE? I don't because eLisp is terrible and slow. And so the more things you use it for, the more you're going to put up with gimpy, crappy behavior. Also, Emacs is just horrible at interfaces. So I don't use it for that. European Lisp. Would I use GoTo? So we've never added GoTo to the language. There is no GoTo right now. I have literally never needed it, except there were one or two kind of rare cases where we got around it using macros instead of using a goto. Um, that said, it's not like I'm ideologically opposed to goto. Um, so we may add it at some point, but we've just gotten away with for this long without adding it. Okay, because we also never get here, I believe that I can simplify this whole thing down to the following. And the reason is because we don't have to check this anymore because, like I said, we do scope juggling, I think, when there's macro expansions and stuff. I don't know. I could be wrong. But again, if we discover a way in which we're wrong that is not in our test suite, we will add new tests for that. Right? Like if it's not in our test suite, this could also be wrong, right? The old thing could be wrong. You don't know. Anyway, so I think we got one of these. Yeah, the earlier version of the compiler had a lot of this, like, things are in intermediate scopes that are not supposed to really be scopes. And that's all been just kind of cleaned out, I think. Do we have obfuscation for people who are terrified to leak their sources? We do not, but you could implement obfuscation at user level if you want. The compiler is very flexible. You could do that. Is there any need for pattern matching? I don't think so. I know there's a certain contingent of programmers who really like pattern matching, but and I've had an open mind for a long time about, like, are we going to implement that? And I've just never really needed it. I mean, pattern matching goes hand in hand with what are you matching on, right? And the answer to that is probably hierarchies of structs usually, right? And just the thing that I find about pattern matching is it looks really nice as long as you're doing a small amount of code that, like, kind of fits on one screen, and where the thing that you're doing in each match case is a small amount of code and all that. And, like, as your program gets bigger and more complicated, it just becomes less appealing, I think. And then also, right, so like I said, if you're doing pattern matching, you need to match on something. And what is that thing you're matching on? Well, some kind of, like, more error hardened version of a struct, right? It's like, it's like a tagged union that the compiler understands in some way. And I don't want to do magical tagged unions like a lot of programming languages do, because it's been a very successful thing that there are no magical structs, unlike C++ and all that, right? So that's been a decision that I made early on that I was like, I don't know how this is going to go. Let's see. And it's been going great. So I don't want to reverse that. So if we did a tagged union kind of a thing, it would be more like the tag is annotated so that the compiler knows what it is. And then you could do pattern matching maybe. I think there's some more constraints that you really need in order for it to be good. But the point being, just like, you have to add some more compiler features besides the pattern matching itself. And then how useful is that? And the answer has been, not necessarily as useful as you would think. Are there option result types? No. No. Because here's the thing, again. Okay. Sometimes features are designed for certain programming styles. And maybe you want to go back and question those programming styles, right? So for example, Java programmers have this style where you call 375 functions in sequence in order to do everything, because everything's a trivial wrapper around everything else, right? And you look at a call stack in Java and it's horrific and takes 5 screens, right? And so Java programmers might think it's really important to have exceptions or something. I don't actually know if Java has exceptions. I assume it does. So that you can like pop stuff up many layers without having to manually return stuff. And it's like, but look, if you're not an idiot, instead of calling 50 functions deep, just do 2 functions and then it's just not a big deal, right? It's like you only think that's an important feature because you've done this style of programming that needs it, but like, is that style of programming very good? And I think most other programmers not from the Java world would say, no, it's not good, right? I mean, if you remember back when like Facebook couldn't even ship a client on a phone on Android because it was like more than 2 gigabytes of, you know, frickin' Java patches or whatever. Like, that was a long time ago at this point. Maybe that's been fixed, but so this whole, okay, so how important is it to have an option type to tell you if a return value is valid or not, right? And I would say, broadly speaking, this is an oversimplification, but broadly speaking, it's proportional to how much are you going to use that feature, right? Which means what percentage of functions are going to return something that's maybe valid or maybe a failure, right? Or, you know, something else like not ready yet. Come, Magic 8 Ball says try again later, right? Okay. Here's the thing though, this is one of the plagues that's been affecting programming, is like a lot of students get taught in school that you have to like write all functions as though they can fail and test the success result of all functions. And of course, if you do that, you're going to go crazy, right? So here's the thing. In order to write code at high productivity, you want to design your code so that most functions cannot fail if the computer is working correctly, all right? Sometimes there are functions that can fail. For example, open a file. That can fail. There's nothing you can do about it because even if you check that the file's there, between that time and the time you go to read it, somebody could have yanked the hard drive out of the computer, right? So there are some things that necessarily can fail, but you want to minimize those. And you want to be very clear about what they are versus things that cannot fail, right? If I'm going to take, like, if I have a mesh with some number of vertices and I want to know the plane normal of every triangle in that mesh, you iterate over all the triangles, you take 2 vectors on each triangle, you cross product the vectors, you normalize that, you store that back in a buffer. That simply cannot fail if the buffer memory already exists, all right? So you should not write that function pretending that it could fail. So in good code, you actually don't have that much failure. Now with some exceptions, right? So in this compiler, we have a bunch of functions that can yield, and that would be a place where you might use this option type, right? We actually use a Boolean usually, but you could use it there. But the thing is, stuff that can yield is a big source of complexity in this compiler, so I want to minimize it if I can. And so, you know, that's why I don't feel like that's super important, is because you don't want it to be that everything can fail, right? That's all. Now, is it still, there's still this question of, okay, I did a good job trying to minimize failure points in my program. Are there still a lot? And the answer is maybe. Yeah, maybe. And would you benefit from an automated unwrapping thing in those cases? Maybe. I mean, it's still, I'm not totally convinced, right? Because you can always do it the C way and just return a struct with a Boolean and, you know, and the value, and then you're not pattern matching on that, but you're checking the value, the Boolean, right? In order to get the value out of the struct. And like, okay, that's not compiler enforced, but what percentage of the time is that actually going to be a problem and whatever, right? So like, you just have to look at these layers of bureaucracy that are being added to the language, and you have to ask, how useful is this really? And is it worth the weight of it being added? And what is the opportunity cost? So like, Rust has all these option types. I just learned the other day they don't even have optional arguments or named arguments, which are tremendously more useful, right? And so they made this trade-off that I think is very questionable. Yeah. But that's very real though, is like when you decide what your feature set is, you only have a certain ability to put in features because they all interact with each other. So the complexity of the system grows super linearly with how many features are in there. And so if you put one in, there's like less space for another one, sort of. I mean, you could put super linearly more effort into working on the compiler and then manage to get them both. But it's hard. Like, it costs time, energy, money, compile time of people building their programs. Dude, I don't even remember. I guess we ran this. I guess we're going to do this. Do we have any no check-ins? I think we have successfully done this one. All right. So, checking this in. That's great. So now we just have bytecode builder ones, and we could actually just flatten this out now because they're all only bytecode builder ones. The from trait kind of helps with optional arguments, but like, isn't it simpler to just let things take optional arguments? Right? Like, it's not like programming languages haven't been doing that for decades. So I'm not even saying that we won't eventually have some kind of tagged union with pattern matching. We might. It's realistic that we might add that to this language, but I'm just trying to give you an insight into my thought process about why didn't that go in first, right? And the answer is just because it doesn't seem as useful, relatively speaking, as some of these other things. And now the thing is, that's going against the right? There's like a psychological trend in programming language design always, like, oh, these pattern match tagged unions are like a modern feature, and if you don't have this, you're not one of the smart modern languages. And it's like, you got to not fall into groupthink when it comes to that. And dude, I used standard ML of New Jersey in probably 1989, so like, I had pattern matching on tagged unions in 1989. I know how it works. And yes, I was really excited about it for the first 6 weeks as a student when I was using it. And then I was like, well, all right, whatever. What do I think about Go's error handling? I don't know Go fluently enough to really make any comment. Your personal preferences, multiple result values can be used as parameters. I'm not sure what that refers to. In the previous stream, I said Dragon Book is not as good as it could be. If you watch the VOD from earlier in this stream, we actually flipped through a compiler book that I have on the shelf. So just go back and look in the recording. Also, I think I said crafting interpreters is probably good. Like crafting interpreters is for interpreters and not compilers, right? And but and you could think of an interpreter as being a simplistic compiler that doesn't do everything that a compiler does, right? But that's fine if you're learning because it helps you focus. Like it's easier to make an interpreter than a compiler. And so if you've never done this, then making an interpreter is a very good first step. And then you can learn gnarly backend compiler stuff later. An interpreter is basically the front end of a compiler, and then it runs your code in an interpreted way, right? So yeah, if you want to learn compilers, you could start with crafting interpreters. It's not the worst thing. In the second half of the book, he makes a VM. But is it an interpreted VM or is it actually a compiled executable that's running? Former. Yeah. So, but at least that's still okay. So you're saying he like outputs bytecode and then runs that in a bytecode interpreter, right? That's at least one further step. So back in the day when I was learning programming languages in college, I would write interpreters that basically they would go so far as like the syntax tree with types, and then I would, you can evaluate those as code and you can run those, right? And that's what I would do. So I don't think I ever even made a bytecode system when I was in college. But yeah, if he does that, that's one step more toward all the back end stuff you would do in a compiler. And that's great. Like, again, as a book that's introductory and meant to be for people who don't have domain experience, I think that's a good approach because, when you do an interpreter, you can my nose got stuffy all of a sudden. You can get running programs on the screen with whatever programming language design you want, and that's great, right? And then it's just more steps to get it to be an executable on the computer. So, first one is Treewalker, second one is bytecode. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he says about that in the book, but there's a problem with tree walking interpreters, which is, you're sort of tying the execution of the program to the execution of like the stack in C or whatever, right? Which means if you want to be able to suspend or yield like a thread of program execution or do like continuations, which is essentially that, the functional language dude version of that, then you either have to do like gnarly long jump stuff and hope that that works. And that's, that can introduce problems, right? Or whatever, because you're tied up with the stack, right? Whereas if you do a bytecode interpreter, you don't have that problem at all. You can because you're explicitly recording the state, the interpreted program stack is not entangled with your stack. And so you can just pause the program at any time and continue it in whatever, and it's fine. So he probably says that too in the book. I don't know. But that's why you would want to do that. Even if you only want to make an interpreter, that's why you would do bytecode instead of a tree interpreter. Tree walkers are slow. I mean, I don't know. They're maybe a little slower because nodes are big and might not be in cache, but like Ruby being slow probably doesn't have that much to do with Ruby being a tree walker. It probably has to do with a lot of other decisions that they made about the semantics of the language. Or the underlying implementation or whatever, right? Yeah, fetching variables from a hash table will make you slower than you wish you were, especially if the hash table is not good. I don't know. All right. Backticked defer pop. What the hell is going? Let me just go because we have errors now flying at me in the email, I want to make sure that we're only getting those same errors. And yes, we are. It's sad because I thought I fixed this macOS Heisenberg bug, but I didn't. So I need to look at that still. Dude, I have like an entire screen of email because I didn't read any last night or this morning. Including such very important subject fields as collaboration with content creators. Oh, dude, NVIDIA sent us a check for the witness on NVIDIA Shield. Let me see how much it's for. Oh, I don't know my password. All right, I'm sure it's for like $1. Okay. Backticked defer pop. Let's change this comment, by the way. Preemptively. Okay. So, if we have a defer pop and it's backticked, we're going to the backtick target scope. So I feel like what we should do instead, so we're iterating over no, we're not iterating. So we're just emitting bytecode for a push context. All right, so this is coming from the block stack. So we could, I think we could do this in type checking and, essentially use the same thing that we're using for the declarations and stuff, right? Let's see. I think we probably, let's make an example and make sure that we hit it in this breakpoint, right? So, yeah, remap context. We have. So basically we have this macro that you could use and it says push context, but the backtick means push it onto the context of the caller. And so that's what this code that we're looking at is doing. And we want to make it not use backtick target scope. And the thing is, the reason I want to move it to type checking is by the time we get to bytecode builder, we no longer have that like stack of active macro expansions and stuff. And that's not the best. So I think we could just call our new find backtick target scope and save that on the thing. So firstly, though, I could keep exactly this same code and then move it, right? Probably. Let's just see. Okay, so instead of doing this, I'm going to make a simple example that has a similar macro. We're going to call it macro. And we're just going to make sure this stays working, right? we're going to say value equals 7. All right. We're going to have value is 42. We're going to macro. Oh, this is for context. Shoot. That's not as easy. I mean, it's fine though. So add context value is 42. I don't know why that indented. Push context defer pop. A new context with value equals 333. All right. Wait, I don't need that semicolon, right? Okay. Context.value. All right. And then like that. Okay, there we go. So it's changing it to 333, and then the defer pop means at the end of the function, this gets changed back. So we are successfully using this. Now, I want to make sure that we get here, because maybe this code is not even necessary for some reason. I think it probably is in the current way. So let's just make sure that we get there, right? Oh, I changed the header file comment, so we have to recompile the entire program. You just read Tiger Beetle, and they said they don't exceed 70 line functions. I don't know what Tiger Beetle is. It sounds like a band. Are we still planning to continue with the Braid commentary videos? I hope so. Yes. Probably pretty soon. It's just I got busy for a while, you know. Okay, we do get there. And that's good news because we understand what's going on in our program. And it's at line 4, which is this one. So, great. So it's backticked, and this target block has a backtick target scope. Okay, so now what we could do, since we have a simple repro, is we can move this code to okay, interestingly, we already store a block on it. Oh, no, wait. What? Why is that null? Maybe we only set that if it's not defer pop. This is confusing because usually I would think that this is the contents of the push con. Like, I don't understand. No, it is. Wait, what? Oh, okay. This is okay. Okay. This is separate. Really? Okay, so our goal is to make it so that there's nothing in this code block, and then we could put a not here and delete the else, right? And so I'm going to go to typer. We'll leave this for now, though, because I just want to go to typer and put this in there. Push context. Okay. So this is weird because we sort of handle this. Okay. So if we're defer pop, we do some stuff here. Okay. If there's no block, we do some stuff. we already know its PCF is backticked. Oh, wait. No. It's not. Right. So if it's defer popped and backticked, so this in typer, we would say get current block, semicolon. We're not really checking the backtick target scope. Like, I feel like there's a hole in the error checking here. Because that could be null. Like, what happens? And then that doesn't make sense anymore. So we're going to do something down here. I just want to make sure we hit this code. Again, I'm taking very small. I'm usually not this cautious when I program, but I'm taking very small steps. Okay, so if we get here for our same push context, then I'm happy. Yep, line 0, and then does it happen for anyone else? No. Did we hit that twice or? Yes. Why do we hit it twice? Anyway, this target block variable is not being used. Backtick target scope is set, so we actually could. So did we get a yield here? Is that why? Yeah. So the reason we got a yield is because when you do this, we don't know the type of it yet, but we now know that we're supposed to type check it against context. So we don't do that all in one pass. We like flag it as context, and then we queue that to get type checked, and then we say come back later and we yield. I wish I could get rid of that yield because it's like a large percentage of our yields are that now. But anyway, so that's as expected. And so what we could do is we could go to, I don't mind putting stuff in push context. This is a very rare syntax tree node, right? So, let's use the same terminology. It's like backtick target scope. Okay. So then we can just use that. We can compute that in type check and just use it in the back end. And, you know, is that great? I mean, it's better than having backtick target scope on every block in the entire compiler. Yes. So, now that said, we want to get rid of backtick target scope, right? So we want to say find backtick. Actually, let's just make this work first. So we're going to go, before we change it to the new thing, because the whole reason we're refactoring this is so we can get rid of that backtick target scope variable. So push default pop backtick target scope equals target block. All right. And then in bytecode builder, we could be at boy, that was a weird paste. There. Okay. We don't need that. Well, we do, I guess. All right. So this doesn't look that much simpler, but we're not using this pathological variable anymore, is what's good about it, which helps us get rid of the pathological variable. Oh, this comment is no longer true. Well, I don't. Okay. Okay. What do we do now? I guess we test it. We'll actually make sure. Actually, no, because you know why? I was about to assert on that, and it's like no, because this'll crash if that's null, and that's fine. So firstly, we want to make sure our little example works. Great. So now we want to make sure all the tests work. What's the current open issues number? We don't really maintain that. If I were to guess, like how many emails do I have that have bugs that we haven't incidentally fixed? It's probably more than 100, but not that much more. And that's not necessarily that many bugs. So, you know, typically, like when I'm cranking and just working hard on the compiler, you know, some bugs are really gnarly and some are easy, right? But I think we average between 4 and 5 bug fixes a day for just me fixing bugs. So, you know, if it's 100, that's like 20 days. If it's 200, that's like 40 days. Not that long. I mean, sitting down and cranking for 40 days is a while, but, you know, it's not infinity is what I'm saying. But there are like bugs in the backlog that we haven't gotten to for sure. But sometimes it's because, you know, well, we might redesign this, or this is causing us to like really think about the implementation details and whether we should change those or whatever. Okay. Um, so this is great, but now we want to change to not use backtick target scope. So now, though, we want to say, hopefully, wasn't it called? What was it called? Dude, I don't even remember. I thought it was called get backtick target scope. Well, import backtick declaration calls it, so we'll look at that. Find backtick target scope. Okay. Thought I was going crazy there for a second. All right, so I think we could just call this and check if we're in a macro, right? So if we're going to say By the way, we don't need to set this. This actually, this doesn't even need to be there. So if we're backticked, we're going to check if we're in a macro. Okay. If we have active macro expansions, we're going to do a thing that involves calling this right somewhere. And otherwise, we're going to go report error on push. Attempt to use a backticked push context outside a macro. Okay. Now, maybe if this error misfires, that'll cause us problems. We'll see. But that's what my no check-in down there was, so we'll do that. All right. So if this, then we could call find auto target block is find backtick target scope of queued 1 count -1 and null. All right. So that's literally that. And you know what? We could, well, no. I was going to say we could put this if just up here. And that's true, but let's leave it like this. Because this is like a failure case. This is a success case. You could imagine expanding other things that don't have to do with backticks into the success case in the future. So, yeah. All right. Maybe it'll go badly, but we're doing great so far. Look how fast we're going all of a sudden. It's like the European cores decided to go on vacation. Do you sort issues by severity? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if people are running into crashes with everyday normal code, even if it's like pushing the boundaries of the compiler, that's the highest priority thing, right? Or code generation that is incorrect, right, is also very, very high priority, because if you can't count on your program being what you typed, then that's really terrible, right? So those are the highest priority things, and then sort of everything else is a little lower than that. And then the lowest priority is like, maybe this error message could be improved or something. Or, I don't know, like some cosmetic change to a module function or something is the lowest priority. All right, so I think we're done with that part. So I think we take the W on that, right? Do we have any no check-ins? No. All right, so on our to-do, we're going to cross this off. And I'm going to take the W. Not to use backtick target scope. All right. Boom. Someone modified bytecode builder. Oh, it's Raphael's check-in that he was talking about earlier today. We hadn't touched bytecode builder yet in this session, so I didn't have to do a merge. I am now having to merge in all his changes. Before I actually check that in, Let's make sure that it actually compiles. Okay. So Odin was started as, if I remember correctly, Odin was started as essentially a clone of this language, but he was like, but I want to change a couple of things and make it incompatible. And I was like, well, look, I don't really want, I don't think it's a good idea to introduce deliberate incompatibilities in things claiming to be the same language. So just go do your own thing. And he did that, which I think has probably been, I think you would consider that to have gone successfully. So, you know, but like, that is the origin of the Odin project, as far as I remember. Why did he want to copy? I don't know. Ask him. I mean, it's like I'm sure. I'm sure. Also, it's done a fair amount of going its own way, right? So like, at this point, you wouldn't call it exactly a clone language because a lot of things about it are different. Um, but I mean, maybe he just liked the feature set or just wanted to do a language, and it's easier to get started by looking at something and implementing that. I don't know, but yeah, that's why did I copy C++? I did not copy C++. No siree. Okay, so we've got two more. We got two more things. We've got this one and this one. And then we're free. Then we are free people. So, what is this one? Okay, this one, that might be the more, let's just look at this one. This one looks simple. So this is when we're at the end of a block. We're closing the scope. And if we're doing scope close macro, we want to stop at the top of the macro, I guess, right? Do we use this? I don't remember why we need that. Emit scope close macro as return. Oh, because you could have backticked return with defer inside the frickin' thing or whatever. All right, let's see. So this is what I'm saying about when you have multiple features, they just interact with each other and create complexity. And that's why the universe is a complex place, really, but it's also why your code is a complex place. All right, so we literally only do this one time. Scope close macro. I feel like we could do this differently. Like, this is literally the block, right? I mean, okay, let's generate this example, right? Because I think if we step into emit scope close for scope close macro, and then we step up to this, I think we will find that it's just this block that we stop at. And so what that means is I actually don't know why that scope is pushed if it's a macro scope, but we'll see. But what that means is instead of having this scope close macro mode, we could instead say, have a mode that says stop when you get to a particular block. And then we just pass in that block because we know what it is. And then we don't need to check this backtick target scope stuff because that's all. We're looking at backtick target scope to tell us where is the top of the macro. And this is the top of the macro right here. So we're just going to validate that. So our example again is going to be this time. Okay, there's a macro and we'll even put an inner macro. All right. And inner macro, call it outer, just for consistency. Inner macro, we're going to have y is equal to this. We're going to print y equals whatever. And we're going to return a string from here. And this is going to be x is 7. And then return they ruined Victor in season 2. All right. So that's our value of y. And then here we're going to call outer macro. And there we go. Okay. So we're returning from the inner macro to the outer macro and all that. So now let's validate that that triggers this code because that's how we know that we understand what is going on. All right. Are we still, we're running this on A, right? Yep. Okay. Okay, so it didn't even pop the window over because of race conditions in Windows. Thanks, guys. All right, so what line number are we on? 289. Oh, this is a different one. This is the wrong return. 289, 289. Who is this? Let's just, for curiosity, figure, this is in our code a lot. Okay. That's still what I have to do to figure out the file. Default allocator. Pointer offset. I do not feel like this should be a macro. Like, why is that a macro? Probably just because it was translated from C and it was a macro in C. Like, that should just be an inline function or like, just fucking do it. Like, just type this, right? Whatever. Anyway. So we have a lot of this. Let's just break on the line number because we're going to have that in both workspaces. So we're going to look for line 9. Okay, line 9. And load info index 2 means this file because it just, this always means the first file that you loaded to. So now here's what we want to do. We want to say, what is this? I should have put this in a local variable, but I didn't. Okay. 17B0, 3449. Why can't I copy the value? 3449, 17B0. All right. Now, we're going to make sure that when we do this scope close macro, that we end at the same block. All right. So what is the current block? It's that one. Right. We don't have to iterate at all because our return is just at top level inside the macro. We could have put more scopes around the return, but it's fine. So if we're scope close macro, this is true, and so we break. So yes, to do this functionality without scope close macro, and then we can delete scope close macro, which is great. It's not that big of a complexity, but you know, just we take whatever W's we could get. All right, so here, when we emit scope close, oh, target loop block. Wait, do we already? Oh. But we could just use this for both cases. Yeah. So we're going to rename this a little bit and use it for macro and loop. All right. And I like just not having as many modes on emit scope close. All right. So here we're going to go stopping target instead of, and this is stopping target. I mean, we could keep scope close macro. I mean, maybe we just use it for informational purposes. That might be fine, actually. Okay. Maybe we won't delete the flag. I don't know. So we're going to say this. They still ruined Victor in Season 2. We can't fix that. I'm sorry. But we can improve our programming language. Deleting code hurts sometimes. I mean, I think the more experienced you are at programming, the more it doesn't hurt to delete code. Both because you've written so much more code, so deleting a little bit isn't that big of a deal, but also because you know how much damage bad code can do. All right. So let's celebrate. I want to take a 5 or 10 minute brain break. We just did our 3-hour Pomodoro. So I think you take a 5-minute break every 3 hours or something. So we're going to check this in, and then we'll really only have one more thing left to do before we win. But Let's put a nice looking level up. Actually, I wonder, did we do Zachtronics yet, or is it in the ugly version? It's still the ugly version. Okay, we're not doing that. But we'll go back to the same one. It's just, we'll put a little screensaver up. All right. I'm going to get, I gotta get rid of some glasses. I'll get a snack and maybe I'll boil some water for hot tea. So what you can do while I'm doing these things is, if you have any on-topic question about what we've been doing about refactoring this macro system and stuff, let me know, and we will attempt to answer it, and then I'll be back. Tea water is boiling. What questions do people have? How do you fit so much code in your head? You just program, man. Questions on topic about what we have been doing in refactoring the compiler. You declared a variable x in inner macro, can use it from main. Okay, so the thing is right now, this is one of the features that we're talking about. So here, no, you can't use this even from outer macro because it's not exported at all. So nobody can use this from main, but because you can't reach the name. If we backtick it, you could use it in outer macro, but we only export things by one level right now. And it was always assumed, I don't know, maybe we'll do multiple backticks so you could bring it up to main or whatever. But that's not very good because as you refactor your code around, you need like a different number of backticks. And so part of the reason we're doing all this refactoring work is so that macros are cleaner and easier to work with internally, so that then we could just figure out via experimentation what is the better version of this. So yeah, we do want to have a way to explicitly export this name all the way up to here, but it probably also involves, so one of the problems that we have with compiling is it's really annoying for compiling, and it means we had to turn off some good features that people liked. The fact that this might insert names here, not from here, but if they were defining outer macro, you could. Because that means you can't refer to things later in the function body because there might be something in between. So that like overload, like if it's a function that you're trying to call from from line 1 and it's defined in line 5, this might overload it. You know what I'm saying? That said, we changed the way we check overloads now, so maybe that doesn't matter. But the point being, one of the things I was saying is like, I don't know, maybe you just have some sigil on there that says we're pulling names in, right? And then also, as someone reading this, you would be like, oh, okay, names are being, and then maybe you do that, or you do like, I don't know, something else that means we're ignoring the names. But if you don't do either of those, then it's an error because it's like, yeah, I don't know. That's the kind of thing that we're thinking about on macros. Should you add these repro cases to tests? Maybe. The reason I haven't been doing that is because I think they're redundant with the tests that we already have. Like I vaguely remember doing all this stuff. It's just I don't remember where it is and whatever, which is why I'm coding this up right here. But yeah, maybe. I'm going to go get some hot tea now, but I didn't forget the chai latte. So I'm going to go see if we have milk. Keep the questions coming. If people have more questions, back in a second. Okay, we may not be doing the chai latte tonight because I have milk with expiration date December 18, and I don't think Christmas is December 18. But I have a bowl of traditional Christmas grapes to go with our traditional Christmas tea. Okay. This might be complicated, but maybe macros could simply expect an identifier in whatever outer scope their definitions will actually take place in. This allows composability and refactoring. So you mean the macro would have an identifier, and then you would use that identifier in your outer scope. There's a few things with that, like how do you make sure different macros don't use the same identifier? And is that very cumbersome for the most the most common case is just a one-level macro, right? And is that annoying to have to do that? I don't know. It's something to consider, though, for sure. We're not actually going to implement any redesign today. Today is just cleanup day, but yeah. Can you pass a pointer to a macro as code? So you can do something like do op return 5 op 6. Okay, you kind of can't do exactly what you're saying. You would have to do it as a string, but the reason is that code is a coherent subtree of a program. And just an operator like that, like a times operator, is not like a subtree. You know what I mean? So it just doesn't quite work that way. But you could do that as a string instead of as code. How do you feel about making scope a type that could be accessed from macros or handed to macros where the index is the number of scopes to go up? I don't like explicitly saying how many scopes to go up, because then you have to change that as you paste stuff around your program, and I don't like that. But that's separate from the idea of having scope be a type that you're suggesting. And I've thought about that. Right now, a code directive has a scope hidden inside it. So like insert can take a code, and that's kind of a weird hack, but it's how we do that right now. Add build string also can take a code that says where to put the string. That would be more explicit if scope were an explicit type. And yeah, that is something that we would consider. We would have to, work out all the nuances of what does that design look like and so forth. Expiration date is just a suggestion. I feel like it's not going to be good. That is how I feel. You could give something that represents the scope to the macro. Yeah. Which maybe this is shorthand for that, right? This could be shorthand that desugars to like my current scope gets passed to the macro. And then if there were some way to explicitly tag another scope, you could pass that in instead somehow. Was the milk unopened? No, it was opened. That's the thing. Did the witness use an off-the-shelf physics system? No, there's no physics in the game. It's just all programmed. I wrote all the gameplay code, basically. Hello, Christmas rating elf people. Loyal TCAP 1 viewers. You like the idea of passing in a scope. As long as downstream macros can say stop bubbling up here. I mean, I feel like it would be more like a scope argument would get passed in, and then instead of backticking an identifier, you would have like you know how there's like poke name, right? That's kind of a thing that needs to get refigured out also. Maybe we'll just take it out. But it would be like poke name or something, but you say, we're returning back this declaration goes in this scope, right? And so there wouldn't really be a backtick, so to speak. Or, maybe if there's one scope argument only, then backtick is shorthand for put it in that scope. But then you would be able to do other things instead of that, right? But what has to happen to figure out this design is like looking at some cases where nested macros get used, and like how cumbersome is it to figure out which scope to pass and whatever, right? Because the inner macro, like if there's two levels of macro calls, the inner macro might sometimes be written by the same person as the outer macro, but often not. And so the inner macro is not going to know that maybe you want it to push up two levels. So the outer macro would need to pass it the scope from the outside, right? So like this sounds very promising, actually. It would have to get figured out in a way that's ergonomic and fun to use. May you ask how the syntax parser was made? It's hand-coded. There's a whole video with Casey from earlier this year on YouTube. I don't remember what month, where I just talk about the parser. I think it was from this year, right? Or is time just flying? I'm pretty sure that was this year. It might have been a year ago. It might have been like last year before I started working hard on Braid Anniversary. I don't have a spoon for honey. I will be back. Okay. There we go. 5 hours. Making programming language parsers from...
I started recording at 60 frames a second.
Oh, that's unofficial. No, we have an official video of this. That's an old one. Okay. So this is an older one that someone just linked. There's a newer one. How do we use macros in the Sokoban? The number one use, if you measure by calling site, the number one use is just going to be iterators for data structures, because that's how we do iterators. So anytime we iterate over a hash table or a bucket array, which are very common because that's where all our entities are, is in bucket arrays, then this macro expansion stuff that we're working on gets engaged to generate that, right? So if I go to, for example, table, which is the hash table. Should we rename the table module hash table? Oh, it is hash table. It's just the data structure is called table. That's inconsistent. But so here, this is an iterator for the hash table, and it is a macro, right? So you know, that is what it is. Yeah, it's that precedence one. That is the one that I was thinking of. That is a more modern. Yeah, 10 months ago. I told you it was. It was less than a year. Okay. What does infer types return? It returns a Boolean about whether we are yielding or not. True means we can continue to. True means we assigned a type to our current node and we can continue to compile, or we reported an error and compilation should stop. And the difference between those is just checking a global variable. Um, and, false means we yielded. How often did I use inheritance in my previous games? Not very much. My programming experience taught me that deep inheritance hierarchies are very much an anti-pattern. So basically in my games there's a two-level thing. There's the base entity struct, and this is true of the new game as well, but this was also how Braid was. Well, Braid, I think I had a thing because I was still not totally red pilled on this. So I think it was 3 level, but the bottom two were essentially all one thing. So you have a base entity and then you have a different subtype for every entity type. And that works great for me. Making macros debug like regular functions is possible using CodeView inline site symbol and inline lines record. Okay. Well, whisper me and give me an email address or something and we can talk about it because I think Raphael didn't figure that out or no, maybe he did. I actually don't know what the state, because so he wrote up some notes about it, and the real problem is that LLVM, we don't know how to make it work in LLVM because LLVM is standing in the middle, right? But if you use our own backend, then it works on Dwarf, I think, and maybe works a little bit, but not totally on CodeView. Like I don't remember that. So we'll have to look at it. Will there be more special case macros that are tied to certain syntactic constructs like for expansion? Maybe. It just depends on how useful that is. I mean, you could imagine doing that for all kinds of things. Like if there's an if statement or something. But a lot of those are like, maybe you shouldn't really do that, right? This has just been running the whole time, so let's close that out. And we still have not checked in this emit scope close. We're not going to get rid of scope close macro because it's just informative. Although, I mean, maybe we could I'm going to put a note. So if we're scope close local, yeah, maybe we can simplify this code by getting rid of the scope close whatever. Wait, this is not. It's here. Simplify this code by getting rid of scope close star. And all passing in the starting block for scope close local. Yeah. I kind of don't mind that. So instead of having an enum of what mode you're calling it in, we just pass the block where you want to stop, which may be null, right? Yeah. Like, and then this just becomes simple and there's no ifs. There would be no break here and this would leave. It would literally be 2 lines and then setting block. That would be good. We'll see. If we finish this other thing, which it's looking like we will, we could maybe go do that. Okay, anyway. Emit scope close, I believe, is done. Do we have no check-ins? No. All right. You know what? I'm going to test it again because, again, we're just being extremely paranoid. I'm pretty sure we tested. Did I compile? Didn't compile. We're just being so paranoid today. Paranoia will not destroy you. You don't have it completely done, but it could step over or step into, so it's possible. Yeah, well, that's great news. I forget, again, the nuances of what works and what doesn't on CodeView, but we might not have that ability yet. When I used inheritance, did I use it for polymorphism? I never know what people think polymorphism means because it's a word that means different things all the time. But what I used it for was just a lot of the time you just want a function that takes an entity as an argument, right? That's a simple form of polymorphism, like, oh, I pass my, entity sound effect to this function that just takes an entity as an argument. That's literally 99.9% of what I use it for. Or, similarly, you just want to have a pointer to an entity somewhere. And so you give it a pointer to the sound entity or whatever, right? Okay. Scope close small refactor. I think actually we checked that in maybe already. I don't know. The thing that internally uses vtables. Oh, yeah. I mean, so here's the thing. I definitely use that in Braid and less in the Witness. And in the new game, we don't have an equivalent in this language, and I don't use it at all, and I don't miss it. Because the problem is, for performance, you don't really want to do that anyway. Like, oh, every entity has an update function that I call every frame. And it's like, well, actually, you need to have a whole thing where you manage who's asleep and who's awake anyway and all that. Like, you end up wanting to do these things at a system level anyway. And so then by the time you get to the actual update code, it's like, oh, but I mean, I know what the update code for all my, sound entities is again. So instead of just calling it randomly in a way that has lots of cache misses from the entity list, why don't I just call a thing that updates all the sounds, right? And that just ends up being more compact and better. And the thing that happens when you start having methods like that, you end up, there's a few failure cases, right? One is like everybody has to define all the methods, right? That's annoying. You end up calling a bunch of empty methods because there's just slots there that you end up calling into in case somebody has a thing there. And as the programmer, you start being a lot less certain about what actually needs to be there or not, because there's essentially some invisible graph about who is using what method in an important way, and you can't see it because it's been made implicit, right? And I don't like any of those things. So I just don't really program that way anymore. Isn't the first virtual function lookup pretty much a guaranteed cache miss? Maybe, yeah. It's not considered fast. Do you want to prefix macro call with something like this? Yeah, just but it doesn't mean I'm calling a macro. It means the macro is exporting symbols into this block, right? If you're not exporting symbols, I don't think we should need a prefix. Okay, so we're down to our last one, defer error message. Right here. Wait. Oh, that's different. We made this other member, but it's got the same string in it. All right. So 7825. What are we doing here? If a defer is backticked, it should happen at the end of the macro and not the end of the function. Or no, the end of the function, not the end of the macro. Okay, so we look up the call. We look up the backtick target scope, which is just call, arrow, and closing scope. Wait. Why? So why do you think these are different? And by you, I mean me of the past. It might be for reasons that no longer apply, etc. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're taking the backtick target scope of the scope containing the defer, which might be null, by the way. Oh, right. And if it's null, it will probably hit this error, right? Okay. That's sort of what we're checking for here. Right? If your defer goes out of scope before the macro ends, that's what we're checking for. Okay. So really what we want to check for is actually, I'm just going to go ahead and write this instead of being super macro top scope is defer macro expansion record block. All right. So we'll be a little bit incremental about it. No. Okay, so I think we just say, so I don't think we need this anymore for the same reasons as we deleted the other ones. I think we just say if macro defer and closing scope or current, we say get current block still in here. All right, so think we just do that. I think it's simpler than I was making it. And then I think we don't need this. So instead of just commenting these out, I'm going to assert on these, at least for now. I don't think I want to litter the code with these permanently, but yeah, well, that one. All right, let's just see what happens. We've been on a good streak today, so maybe it'll continue to be an easy clap. Your compiler got 14 times faster when you replaced inheritance with switch enum style thing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, virtual functions are not fast. How much of a slowdown you would take from them depends on how often are you using them, right? If you use them a lot, yeah, it would get slow. And of course, the people encouraging you to use OO style want you to use them a lot. Do you see how fast this is going now? I guess the OS finally learned not to put this on the European cores. I don't know. Okay. We still have to turn off the European cores. So we just tested this and it's all great. So did you just see my display flickering like that? All right, there we go. Dude, it did it again. Did you see that? It's like I scroll and then like 2 seconds after I scroll or something. Why does European equal slow? Do you really have to ask? You're using so much energy by typing that question. I think you need to conserve your carbon footprint. Process Lasso lets you save CPU affinity. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. We tried it and it was complete false advertising. Dude, now Iceland is going to try and join the EU. I've never been there, but I mean, that doesn't sound good. Okay, let's actually, one of the things I want to do is have some code metric that's about like how much binding energy is there between lines. Like we're defining call up here now, but we're not using it till down there. So like that's actually a pretty good measure of code quality, to be honest. All right, you know what? Super paranoid. Let's do it again. Wait, Supercell has a branch in Iceland now? I thought they were Sweden. Finnish? No, I thought Supercell was Sweden. Finland. Okay. Who is Sweden then? I thought all the big mobile people were Sweden. In Germany, all cores soon will be powered by coal. You can't buy Iceland. We're not trying to buy Iceland. We're trying to buy Greenland. They're different. Didn't you see the player? They talk about in the player, it's an educational film. They talk about how it was a trick to get the Vikings to go to the wrong place because Greenland is very icy and Iceland is very green. Okay. So, wait, did I check in? Not yet. Okay, we'll take the W. Remove one more. Scope. What was it? Backtick target scope usage. And this is a momentous day because after like, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours of streaming, we have finished the preliminaries of the cleanup. As far as I know, we now can get rid of backtick target scope, which is frickin' awesome. Wait, I marked that. That's not right. We haven't done that yet. Okay. Backtick target. Dude, this is one of the things that I always felt was so messy. And if we can literally just delete this now, that is frickin' awesome. Does anyone set it anymore? We set it here. Get rid of that. Okay, this whole BTT thing, let's make that a separate item. Just because I think we can remove this. Oh, actually, we sort of have that with the inserted one live, but you know what? It's fine. I'm so happy that we could do this. Let's just see. Does it blend? Why use auto but not null putter? Because the embarrassment of null in C++ is just people pooping their pants over and over and over, right? It's like, first they decide, oh, we'll just use 0. You don't need a null definition. We'll just use 0 as a literal, and it automatically casts to everything, and it'll mean null. And then that was a disaster. And then they're like, okay. Because, of course, if you try to, query the type of that, it's not a pointer type, for example. And you get too much aggressive, casting and stuff. And so then they're like, okay, we need a way to talk about a null pointer actually. Oops. And so they add null putter. And I am extremely... Okay, here's the thing. Everybody's brain probably works a little different. When I program and I think about things, if they flow verbally in a smooth way, it's easy to think about them. So you'll notice I don't use abbreviations unless they're a really flowy abbreviation for something really long. I spell things out and things are called what they are, right? This is called count, not count, right? Why? Because it's more chill and my brain understands it better and it's more elegant and it looks less like a mess. Like if you can't even bother to type 5 keystrokes, you obviously didn't care that much about the program, okay? Now, when it comes to null putter, they could have just said, okay, the standard is actually that it's not a macro anymore and whatever, but it's still null, right? But they didn't want to use lowercase null because probably a few people were using that. And they didn't want to use uppercase null because probably some small number of deranged programs probably undef null and then redefine it to be something else. That's my guess. And they're like, oh, well, so we can't do that. So they made a totally new thing and it's got an abbreviation in it. It's null putter. And like, I don't want to see putter all over my code. Like, just go away. It's lazy and boring and stupid. And all the stuff that has the word putter in it in the standard template library, or whatever you want to call. I mean, that used to be a subset of the C standard library, but just the whole C standard library. It's deeply mediocre. Like if you see putter, you're looking at mediocre code. That is how I feel about null putter. All right. So I don't use any of it. I don't use any of it. Why is this file more than 12K lines, lol? Because I have an entire C++ replacement language and you don't. What is wrong with people? All right. Computers can handle 12K lines. It's okay. That is true. If your computer cannot handle 12,000 lines, you have bigger problems. All right. Since this is working, we could do the super conservative check-in, but let's look at let's see. Christmas is a fun day. We have fun on Christmas. All right. Let's look at this BTT thing that I don't need. Where was that? Auto BTT. What file was that even in? Auto BTT. It makes me think of binary triangle tree, which is one segment of life that I wish I hadn't invested in. All right. So we don't use BTT now at all. So this is gonzo. And then do we use queued? Yeah, we do. All right. That's good though. Okay. And we don't set backtick target. So we not only removed some lines, we removed a temporal dependency between data, which is great. Like, you know that if there was a comment like that, I was a little bit worried about it. All right, this is so good, guys. This is like... All right, we're going to run tests one more time. Oh, wait, let's do is inserted when live. You know what? Let's not push our luck. Let's just run the tests, and then we'll look at inserted when live. They complain because they're using Eclipse, and it warns them when the file is too big to open. Is that real? I'm not that surprised if that's real. The Linux kernel has like millions of them, yeah. Yes, wow. What are they doing? I mean, do they create a giant node for every character in your program? Like what? What is going on? Okay, so let's try the game. I think I didn't build the compiler. Okay, well, let's check that. No, we did. I was sneaky. All right. Okay, this is our official victory. Removed backtick target scope. That is so good. I can't even tell you how good that is. Okay. Let's get a little bit more. So this inserted when live. Wait, we already have a find for that. Yeah. Does anyone use it? Anyone? No, literally nobody uses it now. So we're going to delete that, which is great. Get rid of it. Back to the lobby. Lobby. Is this an optional parameter? Wait, is that literally, are we recursing here? Like, see, this doesn't help me. I'm peeking the function, but because it's frickin' C++, I don't know if this is an optional parameter. So we're going to find out. God, why does this suck so bad? Like, we're going to find out if that's an optional parameter. All right. Boom. 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 Can I like redo a find? Why can't I like, oh, repeat. There we go. All right. See, we missed one. I knew it. The only software that will lag with 12K lines is default Windows Notepad. I don't think it will. Okay, Notepad. We're going to put 16,000 lines. There we go. 16,000 lines. I'm typing. It's faster than Visual Studio. Right? Copy, paste, cut. Hope I don't accidentally save. Cut. Like it's fine. Why are you denigrating Windows Notepad? All right. Let's paste it after 16, 32,000, 162,000 lines. Like, okay, well that was a little laggy. All right. So it starts getting laggy around 100,000 lines, but it's just a little slow to update. It's not like Emacs where it stops and garbage collects for 30 seconds. So it's better than Emacs. All right, we got an error. Aha, it was not an optional argument. So let's see. Maybe it's an argument that we don't even use anymore. Treat statements as inserted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. We actually might have just changed the meaning of the program in a bad way. Does this do anything anymore? Because maybe that flag was actually... Uh-oh. Good thing we checked in. We need to adjust the state. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, you know what? That's our first revert of the day. I hope we checked in before. No, we did. I remember typing the commit message. So this is just all, yeah, we need this flag for now. We need this flag. It's fine. It's fine. Easy. We learned from our mistakes. My file's still open. No, I closed Notepad. I closed Notepad. All right, so like, let's look at this one. So I think we don't need this because remember, we only go into this function once. So I think, see, like they think they're helping and it's like, no, I wanted to comment out this code. Why are you making me delete extra characters that you inserted? Like, it's so stupid. Features for a programming editor should only be designed and implemented by good programmers who do things. All right. So then we also wouldn't need this. And then if we delete those, we can delete the header. So that's great. Dude, we got rid of so many gnarly wrinkles today and last night. It's been about 7 or 8 hours of work, so a good half a work day. But we've made it go. Notepad now. Oh yeah, that's true. It does keep it open in the tabs, right? Yeah. Someone's ASCII porn is going to get revealed that way sometime, and it'll be terrible. It'll end their political career. Seeing typer with 100K lines make you sad about your LSP. Well, it doesn't really have 100K lines. You have 3 ideas of games. What are you supposed to do? Get better at what you're doing and make these games, make it real. You have a problem programming the DFS algorithm because you want to make it perfect. I assume you mean depth first search, but I never know these days because web programmers make up acronyms for all sorts of things. You don't have a problem making an API for web dev. Well, if you have a problem understanding depth first search and not like duty free shops or whatever else DFS stands for, then that's a good thing to work on because that's an important computer science thing that you should understand. That's just real. So that's just a good thing to work on. If you have ideas for games, nobody else is going to make your game ideas for you. That's the thing. So you got to go do it. Pick one, work on it in your spare time or whatever. And, that's how everybody who got into games who's any good did it, right? All the lame people in the game industry right now are like people who didn't do anything in games until after they graduated from college and got their master's degree in styles of blue hair, and then they went to go ruin characters at major AAA game studios. All the good people or not, I won't say all, but there's certainly a very heavy correlation between the good people in games and the people who did games proactively on their own because they were excited about them and wanted to learn things and just made stuff, right? And, when you're new, the stuff you make is probably simple and stupid and kind of broken and whatever, but that's how you start. That's how everybody starts. Do I prefer forward rendering or deferred rendering? Nobody uses deferred rendering. Am I aware of the pushback against UE5? Yeah. I played STALKER. Sorry, I played S period, T period, A period, L period, K period, E period, R period, 2 period for a little bit. And man, there were just so many rendering artifacts. I just don't think that method of doing things is not good. But I also wouldn't categorize that as deferred rendering. Deferred rendering to me means a very specific paradigm that went out of style a long time ago, unless you're talking about, so Unreal did this big mega lights thing that they announced a month ago or something like that. And I don't know the implementations details of that, but that sounds like a modern deferred rendering to me. So maybe they're trying to bring it back. I'm messaging Casey about his Christmas present. Okay. Have we ever done SDF font rendering? One of the other programmers on the team implemented it for our VR game that we were doing recently. And, you know, it probably wasn't a super sophisticated version because we were just getting booted up on that game. But it worked great. I'm just going to delete these no check-in lines. Oh, we got to delete the flag. Dude, I feel so good about these changes, dude. It's not even funny. Like, this is great. And a lot of them have been small, but they really add up to tremendously increase the clarity around what is happening with macros, which, like I said, gets really confusing sometimes. And we'll see what we can do to reduce confusion with future redesigns. But this has been great. All right. I'm just going to check it in. We'll run tests again, but I'm so confident, aka cocky, that I feel like it'll work. So, oh, we got European cores again. Look at that. Oh, look how slow it is now. See that? It like we were blasting through for a while, and now it flushed the European core cache or whatever, and now it goes slow. It's very sad. The VR game uses the same engine as the Sokoban game, so yeah, it's all the same code base. We sort of just forked the code earlier this year. What's a good way to do lights for 2D games? You know, I'm not sure. Like, you kind of, when you do lights in 2D, you're kind of making it up, right? Because that's not how physics would work. So you just gotta, I mean, I'm sure people have figured out things that look nice. There's lots of 2D games. Regardless of megalights, you're convinced that UE is deferred. I mean, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But like, I don't think anybody writing a new rendering engine would make it deferred. Like, that's just not a thing. You know? Like, even like Unity, I think they were maintaining a deferred and a like a regular forward pipeline. And I think I don't use Unity, but I think the forward pipeline is just like the recommended thing that everyone should use. Because how do you do SSAO without gbuffer? What is a gbuffer again? Is that, do you mean just like a depth buffer that's stored offline? So look, I don't want to have this fucking argument again. Or I know you're not trying to argue, but like, deferred rendering does not mean you have various data about the scene in an off-screen surface. Like, literally every rendering algorithm does that now. Like, the Sokoban game has like 19 off-screen surfaces. That's not the difference between deferred and forward, right? The difference between deferred and forward is in forward, when you go to render a material for normal material, again, very special materials might have prepasses and stuff, but for a normal material, you render out the color and the lighting at the same time, right? So you have some lights in the world that you know about and you evaluate them in the fragment shader for the regular material. That's forward rendering, right? Deferred rendering is you do the lights at the end and maybe other stuff too by buffering up more data than you would in a forward renderer. But it doesn't mean Like even in forward rendering, for example, in the Witness, which is a very clear forward renderer, we had a Z prepass where first we render all the geometry into the Z buffer without um, without rendering any visible pixels. And so we have like an off-screen Z buffer as we do the rest of the rendering. Why? Because then you get early Z reject, like if you're up in front of a wall or something on things that are far away, and you don't pay for that stuff. Uh, you know, like, so I'm just tired of having that art. It's just a meaningless discussion. I don't know. What am I using for text shaping for localized text? We're either using FreeType or STB TrueType. I don't remember. Let's see what we see in here. There's all these frickin' more than half of this is frickin' WWise libraries. I'm not seeing either one, but it's one of those. FreeType. We're using FreeType right now. Why am I not disabling the European cores? Because I don't want to reboot my computer, dude. I lose all my buffers and everything, and that'll happen eventually because Windows reboots like a couple times a month. But until that happens, I'm just going to keep cruising forward. Okay, scope close. Let's try that. So this is not really related to the macro stuff we were doing, only tangentially. Where's that defined? So these enums are in general.h. Does anyone else use them? No. Nope. I think this static if, like one of the reasons I changed the handling is like, because there are all these trash static if blocks. Let's actually, let's assert on this, right? I don't believe that that's possible now. And so we could get a mini W just out of that before we do anything else. Oh, I was wrong. All right, we got to play a song. Hold on, where's my headphones? This is our Pomodoro break. Where are my headphones? Are they just in the other room? Yeah. All right. Here we go. I was wrong. Whoops. Is that still loud for you? No, this is probably turning down the software, huh? Okay, hold on. I'm just going to get the headphones so I can play this because computers suck. I should have this entire song on a button. By the way, in addition to this song being about being wrong, it's also, people don't think of it this way, but it's also the original My Wife's Boyfriend meme. So that's good. All right. Okay, so we're going to test that. And if that works, we can get rid of these enums. Can't you defer inside static if? Yes, but um, the defer doesn't belong to the scope of that static if, because static if, even though it uses curly braces as a syntax, doesn't actually create a new scope. It's one of those things where, like, you know, I mean, it does. Okay, internally, it does create a new scope, but that scope is supposed to not exist in the programming language semantics, right? If you get what I'm saying. But internally, it does because we use that to store the instructions inside the if block until we decide where they go, right? Okay. So that's great. I believe we can get rid of scope close, whatever. So we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of these. Look at that. Look how nice and terse that is. And then scope close goes away, and we go to general.h, scope close, get rid of these. Scope close. All right, we still got scope close. All right, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Good thing we already did this one. All right, we had to do that because you can't just look up the stack to figure out which loop you're breaking from, because you know you can identify a loop with a keyword or whatever. Oh dang! Okay, I didn't see this. So, okay, this comment isn't true anymore. This comment is true, and we did it. So this one, if it's a push context, if we keep the push context stack, so we might have to pass in a Boolean again that says it's a local close. What is num push contexts? What do we use that for? Moo dang. Do I use malloc new delete or unique pointer putter? The answer is not really any of the above. So in the compiler especially, it's important to get memory fast. So you know, we use just sort of an arena allocator for most things, and then malloc for other things. Like I don't really use new. I mean, I use the variant of new that calls the constructor but doesn't actually allocate memory, because C++, right? Placement new is what it's called. But yeah, I mean, just most stuff that was added to C++ is just a trash fire, and I don't think you should use it. Okay. Okay, so interestingly, we have this num push context just to tell us it's for error checking is the answer. So like if you try to use the context keyword, uh, from a thing that has no context. Now, we might be able to do this in type checking. This is probably a more convenient place to do it, honestly. So I'll probably leave the error reporting here, but we have to solve this problem that it was scope close local that was telling us okay, wait, I don't understand though. Why? I remember we add push contexts. Like, why isn't this just being subtracted all the time is my current question. So here we're adding a push context to the defers, right? Which is what we're looking at now, I think, right? Yeah, we're iterating over the defers array, which is defer. So push context pop at the end of the block, right? How would we ever like, I don't see, because we would be passing through this and popping it anyway. And why do we continue here? I am so confused right now. Oh, I guess because, okay, we never mind. I get the continue. That's obvious. Why? Yeah, why isn't this just always? Like, why do I need to check? And when I said it's that this stack that already exists, is it on bytecode builder? I don't think so. I think maybe it's on Qt or something. I feel like this is wrong to check only local, but I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Do things just don't do that? Do things just go completely haywire and freak out? Okay, well, certainly there. What did I do wrong? Oh, scope close. Yeah. It's C++, so you got to do this. We didn't quite finish because I got confused by that other thing. What's set comment macro? When we output bytecode, if we're in a debug build of the compiler, which we don't distribute, but is what I'm using right now, we actually have a string field on the bytecode. So, you know, the bytecode generator could put various strings in there, and then we can dump it and sort of see what's going on. And we just don't want to take that memory and or CPU speed in a real compilation. Okay, we got to fail in invaders. So cannot call into a native procedure. Let's see why it's getting confused. Windows line 191 or input Windows. So why do we think it's getting confused? Where there's a push context at the top. Oh God, right. Okay. So this is being confused by the fact that this is a hash table iterator macro. So we're calling some macro, we're expanding some scopes. Maybe we're closing the macro. But then if we're closing the macro, why? Can we compile? So I'm going to go here. I'm going to import input, right? Probably due to dead code element. No, it didn't. Okay. So now we repro this. Let's like not, I guess input probably imports basic. I don't know. It might be hard to isolate. Oh no, wait, what? Oh, I deleted the wrong, I meant to delete that. Okay, so what's confusing me is like why, right? I could have, to be clear about what's happening, I could have just been lazy and put back a parameter that's like, oh, you're allowed to do pop contexts, right? I'm not sure why that's necessary. So rather than just add that back, it's not that messy, but it is a little bit like we were trying to get rid of an extra parameter and now we're adding it back, but it's a simpler parameter, so it's still kind of a win. But I just want to know why, etc. So how about if we try to get this site by, so this push context is at line 167. That's probably the correct one, right? Yeah. So we can go here and we can say, we don't want to be where the error is. We want to be here. What line did I say? 167. Put this up here. If that, then that. All right. Okay. Dude, I can't even, this is how bad this tab system is. Like, I've been working on this file. It's not even in the tabs. All right. There we go. Oh, wait. We're compiling something else now. Dude, it's getting dark out already on Christmas. It's 4:30 p.m. Crazy. Okay, here we are. This might not be the wrong one. This might be the local close. Let's see. I think this used to be scope close function. You know what? Let's just make sure. So bytecode builder. Diff. This is not the one. So scope close function. Yeah. So now, because we're hitting a return, and so normally we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't And is that because we do a scope close local later? After scope close function? That sounds wrong. Is this an incorrect scope close function? I mean, that would be weird that we wouldn't have caught that, but so it's a return. What return is this? Look at the code. 172. Okay. I mean, what we really want. So, okay. Here's the thing. Let's go back and look at this code, because I'm conflating two things. The num push context is just about, it's essentially about error checking, right? That's different from whatever action we would take, which is replacing the context with the old register, with the old context, which we do 100% of the time, right? Okay. So now the reason that we don't want this is because we're still inside the block of that, right? So what we really want to say I mean, I'm not even sure this is the right place to do this, but maybe. Okay. So we could actually check this a different way. We could say what's stopping target, right? It's null in this case. We know that because we're going to the end, but we actually want to catch the local pop for this, and that should be when stopping target is equal to something about the push, right? I mean, I guess we don't save that information. Or no, wait, it's the block of the push, right? Unless it's a defer pop. That's the confusing thing. Oh, you know what else though? If we're doing a local, so this is kind of the wrong check anyway. This was a confusing check, sort of, because what we really want is if we're about to pop off Oh, we don't save. See, we save up the defers, but we don't save which block. Like here we knew. Okay. This is going to be confusing and annoying, and I'll comment it. And I'm not sure this is simpler than passing in a Boolean, but we're going to say if, in fact, maybe I would rather pass in a Boolean, but we're if stopping target is equal to block stack sub, or well, block stack dot peak, I guess. Then we do this. Maybe we just should have passed in a Boolean, dude. Let's see. I'm just going to leave it this way and write a Mongo comment about it. Is it possible to run it using start affinity FF? No, because I don't think affinity matters. Because as soon as you start more threads than that, it's going to put them on the European cores anyway, right? That was the problem with that utility we were trying to use. Like the problem is the European Union gets in your face with their regulations even if they're in the US, which is why we have to click cookie banners even though we're in the US. And like why we have to theoretically pay these stupid VATMOS taxes that a lot of people ignore despite the fact that we're in the US. All right? Okay. Mr. Streamer, why does your file have 10,000 lines? Okay. So there we go. That's a comment. We got rid of some enums. That's great. So this other stuff, I think the next thing to look at would be this lexical rescope, but honestly, I feel like it's time to take a break. We've been going for almost 5 hours. It's Christmas. Maybe we'll do another stream later, maybe not. Maybe I'll just watch a movie or something. I mean, it's dark outside already. Am I doing the line reduction count? No, I mean, we probably did remove some lines of code, but I don't think it was even that many. You know, our line count might have gone down by like 15 in all this. But, you know, sometimes structural changes are the importance of the structural change is not reflected in the line count. All right. I hope you all are having a Merry Christmas or a Merry whatever the day after Christmas is. If you call that Boxing Day. I never understood Boxing Day. Is that when you pack back up the presents that you got that you don't want and you're sending them back to the store? Like, why is that Boxing Day? Is it because that's when the Boxer Rebellion happened? All right, thank you, everybody. Tarkov, wait, is Tarkov wipe now? Did they actually do it? December 26 or 27. I don't know if I can, like, I played Tarkov a little bit again, and like, you know, like if I didn't have a job, I would probably play it more. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can raid someone in software and game development. Who have we got? He's got a Christmas hat, but he's building SaaS, so we're skipping that. Soy Boyorum, all right. Whatever. I don't know what I am looking for. Does anyone have a recommendation of someone who's live that they like? Oh, there's this. Is this still going? All right. Who doesn't like hardcore metaprogramming? All right. Thanks, everybody. See you later.